VBs, and they'll take on the John Bowne Wildcats. I'm Carl Bennett, and I'll take you through the rosters of both teams. We also have our New York City Schools Chancellor, Kamar Samuels. A round of applause for Kamar. First time we're having a chancellor in our midst at one of these events. Kamar, welcome. And of course, Senior Executive Director of the Public Schools Athletic League, Mr. Danny Harris. Danny. All right, let's start with John Bowne, starting with our captain. Number 29, junior, Tirth Patel. Just step forward, collect a cap, step. Number 17, sophomore, Pal Patel. Sophomore, number 18, James Kumar Patel. Number 7, junior, Meg Patel. Number 10, senior, Alian Ali. Number 50, senior, Prince Kumar Patel. Number 4, Purva Patel. Number 30, junior, Kush Patel. Number 33, sophomore, Manthia Patel. Number 22, junior, Mit Patel. Number 2, sophomore, Jill Patel. Number 68, freshman, Veer Patel. Number 33, freshman, Man Patel. Oh, he's there. Okay. And then we have Dev Shantabai Patel, freshman, Rudra Patel, and Tirth Patel, number 5, senior. Number 77, Tirth Patel, also senior. Okay. All right. And then we have our head coach, Mr. Ray Court. Now for your Martin Van Buren Fighting VBs, captain, number 13, Soban Manzoor. Number 2, senior, Daira Naik. Number 5, sophomore, Mohammed Iqbal. Number 17, sophomore, Mujtaba Ahmed. Number 15, junior, Sufyan Ali. Number 9, senior, Yuvraj Singh. Number 12, freshman, Arif Ahmed. Number 3, junior, Juve Dhruv. Number 7, junior, Ankit Zala. Number 6, freshman, Kanab Zala. Number 10, sophomore, Ayan Shabir. Number 16, junior, Bilal Ahmed. And your head coach, Stamatis Koliatsis. Round of applause for your 2 championship finalists, Martin Van Buren and John Bowne. Our umpires, Sanjeev Chahal and Neville Kundravia. All right, so we're going to, in fact, here's where we pause for those who are not already standing. Please remove your caps. For those who are not already standing, please stand for the national anthem. So if we could get Senior Executive Director Danny Harris and Chancellor Samuels, the two captains, who will head to the middle for the spinning of the toss. So the umpires are here. Turf off for John Bowne. Turf off for John Bowne. And Soban of MVB.
Where's the point? Where's
the John Bowne is going to call, so Turf will call. So Chancellor Samuels has the coin. Yeah. Turf is going to call. Heads is the call. Oh, tails is the call. It comes up heads. All right, so Van Buren, you've won the toss. What have you elected to do? Any reason for wanting to bowl first?
One Johnny and we can.
So what's the strength of your team?
Our team strength, win the finals, you know. So it's a great team, and let's see how it goes today.
All right, best of luck. Turf, is it a good toss to lose? What would you have done had you won the toss?
I would pick bowling if I won the toss.
Any reason for that?
Because our bowling is good. I'm confident with the bowling.
What's the strength of your team?
Bowling and unity.
And what's the outlook for today? You've seen the outfield. Any thoughts on what might be a good score on this total, on this surface?
150, 160.
All right, well, best of luck. All right, so there you have it. So Van Buren have won the toss, and you have elected to have a bowl. All right. Good luck, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This is indeed an honor for me to be here. I am so excited about this PSAL Cricket Championship as someone who played cricket when I was a kid. The fact that you all get to do this here is absolutely amazing. I want to congratulate all the student athletes for participating here today. You know, we're here for an individual match, but today is about much more than that. It's about your dedication, collaboration, discipline, sportsmanship, and months of hard work. So to each of you that come to this field, I say congratulations just for even being here. You are representing your school community. You should be proud of what you have accomplished so far. To both teams, congratulations on reaching here. Enjoy this moment, compete with pride, and leave everything on the field. To each and every one of you, know that you are worth much more than 6 runs to your chancellor, and I really wish you all good luck. So have a great match, and may the better team win. And also, listen, you got this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's the great Kamar Samuels, my schoolmate. Welcome, Kamar. It's good to see you at cricket, local cricket. The youngsters are very appreciative of having you here for sure. So the news is that MVB, the Fighting VBs, have won the toss. They've elected to have a bowl. And so John Bowne will take first strike here. The umpires for today's match, we talked about umpire Sanjeev Chahal. We also have with us Neville Kondravia, and then our third umpire is umpire Brooks. Umpire Brooks, he's here. I saw Brooks. Yeah, so the umpiring, the officiating crew is all assembled, and we're just about ready for the 17th edition of the Public Schools Athletic League Cricket Championship. It features the first-time finalists, MVB, taking on John Bowne. So coaches, Court, coaches Ray Court, he was, I understand that today may be his anniversary, and he took the opportunity to come to the ground instead of spending time at home, so that's his commitment to the youngsters. And of course, head coach of the Fighting VBs, Samatis Koliatsis, and they were in high spirits. The number 3 seed, Martin van Buren, taking on the number 13 seed, John Bowne. Again, my name is Carl Bennett. That gives me an opportunity to introduce for the first time this afternoon the extended commentary team of Lenny Achaibar and Matthew Achaibar. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Another championship final of the Public Schools Athletic League for cricket is on tap here at beautiful Baisley Pond Park.
Yes, Carl, we're all set and ready for another ball off. You talked about 2 new teams in 2026. We've seen so much of the likes of Richmond here. We've seen so much of John Adams. But it's refreshing to see John Bowne and Martin van Buren in the final in 2026, Matt?
Yeah, we've had 12 years dominated really by 2 teams. 5 championships going to John Adams, 5 going to Richmond Hill, and there were 2 years during the COVID pandemic we didn't have a winner. And here we are in 2026, guaranteed a champion other than John Adams or Richmond Hill. We had Edison come short the last few years against Richmond Hill, but 2 completely new teams, both of these sides making their first ever championship appearance. So Martin van Buren and John Bowne will guarantee us a first-time winner.
So the MVB boys walk briskly out to the middle. Now, Matt, we talked about how important our tosses these days in T20 cricket, with beautiful conditions here at Baisley Pond Park. What do you make of winning the toss and deciding to bowl first?
Yeah, it certainly seems to be normal, overwhelmingly normal. In fact, when you look at T20 cricket around the world, typically in finals a few years ago, it would have probably been the opposite. Teams would have tended to bat first a lot in finals, get scoreboard pressure, but now it's certainly been the opposite. Teams always looking to bowl first, no matter the circumstances.
Yeah, we saw the teams doing pretty well from the round of 16 stage down to the quarterfinal. And then a couple of days ago, we saw the semi-final. So we're all set and ready. John Bowne has been sent in here at Baisley Pond Park. And Carl, lovely weather. More on the hot side at Baisley Pond Park.
So, yes, Len, and we're just waiting on the ball. And so I think the ball is on its way to start proceedings here at Baisley Park. And you talked about the fact that two new teams are entering the fray. Over the years we've seen, and Matthew talked about this, two teams dominate, John Adams and Richmond Hill. 5 championships apiece. Of course, John Adams would have appeared in some 10 finals, and Richmond Hill would have been in the finals 7 times. So to get 2 new teams is certainly something to behold. As the umpires make their way out to the middle, umpire Chahal and umpire Neville. And so
yes, Carl, with these days of the FIFA World Cup in town, I saw an ad that says football is such an easy game to play. All you need is a ball. Sometimes that's the complicated part of things.
Well, that's the complication for sure. But we are finally back with the proceedings here. We are ready for play in the 17th edition of the Public Schools Athletic Championship of Cricket. John Bowne takes on Martin van Buren.
Yeah, lovely weather for a ground that has hosted so many PSAL finals over the years. One of the premier venues, not only for school cricket, but other leagues consider this ground as really prime real estate for cricket. And so we're just about a few seconds away from the finals of the 2026 Public School Athletic League Cricket Championship.
Both of these sides coming out of the same division as well would have played each other twice earlier in the season, and they're tied at 1 apiece. So one of them will get the jump on the other, and will get the jump in the best way possible in winning the final. The Queens 1 division has been very well represented in PSAL finals. We have 10 teams currently in the division. 8 of them have been to a final and or won it. The only exceptions.
So we get the signal from our umpire that we're ready for play. We are acknowledged, and we're ready for the first ball of the 2026 edition PSAL Cricket Final underway.
Yes, Carl, it looks like Tirth Patel will face the first ball. He's come out with Paul Patel, and quite noticeably in the lineup here for John Bowne, a lot of Patels. Tirth Patel and Paul Patel out in the middle. And we'll have to pick up the bowler's name, whether or not I think Yuvraj Singh might have been given the ball. Well, we'll cross-confirm with that. But for now, Tirth Patel on strike. So it looks like Soban Manzoor has been given the ball. And he will come in from the far end. So here we go, first ball. Ball into the offside. No chance of a run. Good start here from Soban, Matt.
Yeah, good start from Manzoor, and despite not scoring a run, you can hear some cheers from the batting side. A very vocal John Bowne lineup, even in the player introductions.
Yeah, ball worked into the offside, and so that's the first run for JB. Ball off the bat of Tirth Patel. The applause goes up. The encouragement is there. And they're on their way here, Matt. 118 balls still to be bowled. But this has been a very good start here from Soban Manzoor.
Yeah, very supportive John Bowne contingent. First run in the final.
Yeah, very defensive here from the batters, not taking too many chances. They want to go the cautious route for the time being. And we'll take a look at what Paul and certainly Tit has done during the course of this 2026 season. As things are on the way here, as Paul Patel, his highest score might have been, he got a 25 against Hillcrest. Ball outside the off stump again, so ball goes through to the keeper. Good start here from Subhan Manzoor. So it's 1 for no loss. We're in the first over. We have seen 4 deliveries so far. Oh, ball worked into the offside. Good looking shot here from Paul Patel. He gets off the mark. Still a very good over here from Subhan Manzoor.
Yeah, both batters on their way now for John Bowne. Two on the board.
Yeah, very good toss to win. Teams opting to bowl first. Final ball in this over. That has gone pretty well for Subhan Manzoor. Into the offside, can score, and so called the first over comes to an end. Very good one here from Subhan, and after one it's 2 for no loss.
Check. Check. So, check. So we are just about ready for the second over to get on the way. And we'll talk a little bit about the proceedings here this afternoon. So number 5 has been given the ball. So Mohammed Iqbal gets a full toss that he's paddling behind square. This one runs up towards the boundary and it crosses the ropes in the distance. The first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, and a loose ball to start from Mohammed Iqbal. Full toss, a gift to Paul Patel, angling down the leg side as well. Just had to redirect it, found the gap, and the first bit of a test for the outfield. Seems good enough. That one ran away for 4.
Yeah, we talked about Paul Patel, Carl. Got a 25 against Hillcrest. And a couple of 18s for him. FDR. This one away. That's another good looking shot from Paul Patel. And they'll come back for a couple of runs. So productive shots from him. They go up to 8 for no loss.
Yeah, very similar delivery from Iqbal. Another full toss, angling down the leg side. Similar shot as well from Paul Patel. That occasion, not enough legs to run away for 4, but we'll still get a couple of runs and a good start to the over for John Bowne.
Yeah, missing the length on a couple of occasions there, Iqbal, so struggling to find his length at the moment. And I'm sure perhaps the moment, the moment, the opportunity to play in a championship final here may be weighing on his mind.
So the first extra on the board is a wide. Once again, down the leg side from Iqbal. Paul Patel has looked fairly solid so far. Has looked to target anything down the leg side.
Yeah, we've really seen a good start from Paul and third. Goes down the leg side again. Umpire Neville signals another wide. And so into double figures, Carl. It's 10 for no loss. This has been a very good start here for John Bowne.
Yes, indeed, Len. Really a good start in the sense, a good start for John Bowne in the sense that this over has been a bit wayward. A couple of extras added here, and some loose bowling from Iqbal. This time he finds the right length on the surface and gets a good delivery in.
Yeah, much better from Mohamed Iqbal. That one just looking to defend, and through it went to the keeper.
Yeah, over that has gone for a couple of extensions, as a couple of wides delivered by Mohamed Iqbal.
This one will be more wides here, I think. And in fact, may have clipped something, so gets away with one there. But you can tell that the struggle continues for Mohamed Iqbal.
Yeah, both teams have done extremely well. Carl and Matt, round of 16 for John Bowne. They got past FDR. Quarter-final, they took care of Construction. And then in the semi, took out a big team. Was kind of sort of like an upset when they took out Edison. And so here they are in 2026, determined probably to lift the championship, but they'll have Martin van Buren ahead of them. And probably we'll decide that in about 3 hours. 10 for no loss.
And again, straying down the wrong line is Iqbal. Adds another addition to the John Bowne total. And this over expensive so far, Matt.
Yeah, Mohamed Iqbal is bowling into the wind. And Carl, we have seen so many matches here. And if ever a bowler will have some bit of problems, this is the end.
Better delivery, steered up into the deep gully area. And so he'll collect a single, rotates the strike. There's Patel. That moves the tally up to 12 for no loss.
Yeah, Mohamed Iqbal has run up 8 times now. And he has conceded 3 extras here to the opposing team. And those deliveries will have to be rebowled. Tir Patel comes into strike. And who has watched the action from the other end so far. Powell's been good. A couple of leg side shots off him. It's 12 for no loss. They're really off to a good start. And this is just the second over. Considering Soban Manzoor bowled an over, Carl, that only went for 2.
Yes, Len, it's this one, it's diametrically opposite. As we've seen Iqbal struggle with his line and length, and this is a better delivery to close out the over. And so 10 runs will come from it, over number 2 in the books. It's 12 for no loss after 2. While there's a break in the action, again, I want to take a moment to acknowledge the team at the Public Schools Athletic League. Of course, the Deputy Chancellor, Division of School Operations, Kevin Moran, but the Public Schools Athletic League, Senior Executive Director Danny Harris, Deputy Senior Executive Director Sandra Lowe, Senior Administrator Stephen Sai, Deputy Administrator Valerie Winberry, Sports Coordinator Loe Diedro, of course the Commissioners, Bassett Thompson, Assistant Commissioner Ricky Kissoon on the ground. I want to say good afternoon to the entire team, and of course the New York City Public Schools Chancellor, Mr. Kamar Samuels, gracing us with his presence at local cricket. So very good in the grand scheme of things.
So ball driven up into the onside, can't score. And so Matt, the good bowling of Soban continues. Another dot ball from him.
Yeah, Soban Manzoor has started really well. Has only conceded 2 in the 7 balls he's bowled.
Also want to say good afternoon to Mr. Dwight Clark. Mr. Dwight Clark, welcome to local cricket, sir.
Yes, Carl, like another wide. This time Chahal does some arms exercise. And it appears, Carl, in 17 years of Public School Athletic League, you know everyone.
Well, yeah, we've been here quite a number of years, Len. In fact, the league started in 2008. For those who may not know, there were only 2 seasons that this league did not play during the pandemic, 2020 and 2021. As this one is steered away up into the point region for another single. And so we'll, of course, Len, keep everybody up to abreast of what has transpired over the many years that we've been here.
Yes, Carl. Remember the 2 earlier championship back in 2008, 2009 went to newcomers. Yeah. And not too long ago, I saw the coach From newcomers here, Sam Supersat.
Oh, yes, Len, I did see Sam earlier as well. Sam Supersad, coach of the double champions, the first ones.
Yeah, a lot of faces that we have seen all the way from 2008. Umpire coordinator Fitzroy Hales is another who's been around, probably seen all 17 championship match. He's here today.
Yeah, may have also seen the championships that didn't play. He's always around somewhere.
Yeah, so 14 for no loss. Very good start here from John Bowne. Flicked away. Good looking shot. Will only fetch him one. And the score goes up to 15 for no loss. And Carl and Matt, let's look at some of the tall scores for John Bowne during the season this year. They got 186 in one game against John Adams, 168 against Hillcrest, and 141 against their opponent today, 141 during the course of the season.
So driven up into the point region again for another single. So we've seen good bowling from Soban from the Rockaway Boulevard end. He's really held a tight line and length and has kept things really steady from that standpoint.
And Carl, one of the other good things from a cricketing point of view, these are the kids we will see in senior leagues in years to come, as we have seen so many graduated to senior leagues over time, like of Amarnath Prasad, Rafiq Nazir, Derek Narain.
This one hit in the air up towards point. Again, another single. And that will close out the over 5 runs coming from it. And you're right, Len. We've seen the likes of Randall Wilson, Troy Mars over the years. And there are some others who, like big players who haven't necessarily transitioned. We saw the likes of Richie Balkara and Mohammed Hussain of the Jamaica High School, Alex Hussain of John Adams, Tamish Prasad, Redwan Ahmed. We've seen some of them in some teams here and there. But as you know, this is a league that has produced some really quality players. Jakir Hussain, we know, is doing really good work in the Bangladeshi leagues, making a name for himself over there. But this is a good breeding ground, so to speak, for the local talent, the young talent that graduates into the senior ranks of local cricket.
So Mohammed Iqbal gets a break, and they've asked Mujtaba to come into the attack here. We saw an over from Iqbal that conceded 10, was kind of filled with a lot of wides, and so they've thrown the ball to Mujtaba Ahmed, and he comes in here with John Bowne having been sent in. They're going over 5 runs and over. Off to a good start.
He starts with the ball going down the leg side. So another extra added. So he essentially picked up where Iqbal may have left off. Starts with a wide ball down the leg side. So another wide ball, and so consecutive wides here to start for Mujtaba. So his struggle is seen immediately.
Yeah, extras has now gone up to 6 with a score of 19.
You made the mention of this particular end being more difficult with the current wind. We've seen 5 wides bowled on this end between Mohammed Iqbal and Mujtaba. So maybe it is something to do with the conditions, and 2 different bowlers have had similar struggles.
Yeah, ball driven into the offside, can't score, and so a good delivery finally from Mujtaba. 19 for no loss. We've seen Paul Patel on 10. Tir Patel is on 3. 19 for no loss.
This one is hit up into the offside again, can't score. So good comeback this from Mujtaba. A couple of dots registered here to keep to stem the flow of runs for the moment. The John Bowne Wildcats taking on MVB, the Fighting VBs. And this time it's played up into the cover region. They'll take one, they'll come back for a second. And so a couple of good-looking runs here from Tirth Patel. Takes him up to 5.
Yeah, good shot through the offside from Tirth Patel. We've seen their leg side game, especially that of Paul Patel, target the leg side quite a bit. That one nicely done through the offside from Tirth.
Better delivery, defended up into the offside. They scamper through for a quick single. They get it easily in the end.
Yeah, 22 on the board. Very good start. Paul has batted well. Saw in the previous over a little man who could hit the long ball. Struck a lovely 4 in one of these overs.
Yeah, and defended. So good bowling this from Mujtaba. And really, other than when he's found the right line, has really kept the Wildcat batters on a tight leash. This time he's again drifting down the leg side. So that's his Achilles heel so far. When he doesn't find the right line, has given away some extras. 3 in this over so far. Make that a 4th. And so his struggles continue.
Yeah, it's really been a problem here for MVB, especially on this end. Saw a couple of overs from Soban Manzoor, 2 overs, no made, none for 7 from him.
Quickly they scamper through for a single, and they get it in the end. Sharply taken, and that will close out the over. And so with the over now concluded, 4 in the books, 8 runs coming from it. It's 25 for none after 4. And so news, just a quick update. And as we talked about the teams playing here this afternoon, gentlemen, the Martin Van Buren High School, based in Queens Village, New York. And Martin Van Buren, of course, sports, I believe, just under 1,100 students in their enrollment. And so Martin Van Buren, the Fighting VBs, named after, of course, the 8th president of the U.S., Martin Van Buren. And, of course, we'll provide some information on John Bowne as we proceed through this broadcast.
Yeah, this is what FIFA would call a hydration break. This come off the 4th over, 25 for none. Paul Patel is on 11. Tirth Patel is on 6. And Carl, when we look at the last 4 final of the Public School Athletic League Championship, we saw last year the score was 116 in the final between Richmond Hill and Edison. 2024, it's 112 between Richmond Hill and Edison again. In 2023, this was a tall one. Richmond Hill slamming 192 against Jamaica, 192 to 116. And then back in 2022, 112 to 91. It was Jamaica. It was John Adams actually beating Richmond Hill.
And that 192 then posted by Richmond Hill is the highest total posted in a final. And so that's the record as full toss here from Soban. From Dhruv, actually, Dhruv. So, yeah, the 192 for 2 posted by Richmond Hill in 2023, and the high score, the highest total posted in a PSAL Cricket Championship final.
Yeah.
And so, missed opportunity there, just touched, played up to short mid-off. And what appeared to be a simple catch has been grasped.
Yeah, driven up straight to the fielder, couldn't hold on. And the first real chance we've seen for Martin Van Buren to pick up a wicket. John Bowne batters have been fairly good so far.
Yeah, ball defended here by Tirth Patel. Looks to be a very tall individual, Carl, considering this is considered still junior cricket. But he stands head and shoulders among his peers. 26 for none. Tirth is on 6. Pal is on 12. And extras so far, that has been a problem here for Van Buren. Oh, put down again. So we've seen a couple of chances. Goes a begging. Another drop catch here from Van Buren.
Yes, similar looking shot. A drive through the offside, uppishly to the exact same position. And this time Mohammed Iqbal has put one down. Maybe that one a bit even simpler. Didn't really have to move for that. But a couple of chances gone a begging in this over.
Yeah, MVB not helping themselves so far. And they have to try to look to make some inroads into this John Bowne batting lineup. This one is taking on the pad. And wait, in fact, no signal forthcoming, so runs it is.
Yeah, ball passing the wicketkeeper, 27 for none. And they're going at 5.5 runs and over. A couple of drop catches. One into the hands of Soban, one into the hands of Mohammed Iqbal.
Cleaned him up. Full and straight. Knocked him over. Pal Patel has to go.
Couple of chances put down, so Dhruv says, let's target the stumps and do it myself. And that's exactly what he's done. Full and straight. Brings the stumps into the equation and removes Pal Patel. And eventually, on maybe the third try, Martin Van Buren have finally got the wicket and have broken the opening stand for John Bowne. And it's the big one, Pal Patel, who was looking good going back for 12.
Yeah, Dhruv has come in. And we talked about a couple of chances, but when you want something done, sometimes, Carl, you've got to do it yourself.
Yes, Len, and he did. Went and got to it himself, full and straight. Knocked or disturbed the furniture. And so first wicket falls here for the John Bowne Wildcats. And MVB has proven that maybe it was a good toss indeed to win, as they have made an early inroad here.
Well, Meg Patel has come to the middle. And Carl, when you look at the lineup of John Bowne, you'd realize that apart from Ali and Ali, all the players' surnames are the same. Team of Patel, except Ali and Ali.
And so we always ask that question, Len, with so many Patels, are any of them related? And it's hard to figure sometimes. It's the Patels and the Singhs.
Yeah, I read the story of a cricket match in England in which the umpires showed up and they were handed cards. Action continues. Ball into the onside. No ball is the call from umpire Neville. And we'll talk about that.
Yeah, one over waist height, it seems. Full toss. And first no ball of the game.
So a couple of runs added. 2 runs are added for those who may not be familiar with the game. Free hit is upcoming here. So a swing and a miss. So good delivery on the free hit. So when a no ball is bowled, for those who may not be aware, when no ball is bowled, it scores 1 run by virtue of the no ball, in addition to whatever runs are scored by the batter. In addition, the batter gets the face of what is called a free hit, a free delivery, a free swing, without the possibility of being out. And so that's it. Why 2 runs are added to the first run in the over, and then so the score now 30 for 1. This one worked into the onside for no run. So another ball defended into the onside for no score. So
Yeah, Tirth Patel has been there from the start. He has had some good knocks along the way.
swing and a miss. This one is running towards the fine leg region. The batters go for one. They'll come back for a second. This could be wides here as well. We'll wait for a signal, if any. And so we get the confirmation now. 3 wides. And so he'll have to re-bowl that delivery plus add 3 runs to the tally.
Yeah, you gotta love the applause from the John Bowne camp. And they certainly applause every little progress that has been made here. Haven't been sent in.
So gets a good one that he defends. And so we've talked about just the bowling effort here so far from Martin van Buren. But credits to John Bowne. They've taken advantage when possible. This one hit down the ground, back along the track, and that will close out another over. And so 6 runs will come from this one. The power play comes to an end. And so with 6 overs in the books and the end of the power play, it's 33 for 1. And Len, perhaps we could talk about what it means when we have a power play for those who may not be familiar.
Yeah, only a couple of fielders can be outside of the inner ring that you see marked by some yellow cones and some red ones. I even see a blue ones there. And so there's an inner ring in T20 cricket called, well, it's called the inner ring. It's a 30-yard ring. And what essentially happens in the first 6 overs of the match, you cannot have more than 2 fielders outside.
So now with the power play concluded, fielders are allowed to now go beyond that 30-yard circle, or more than 2 fielders are now allowed outside the circle, up to a maximum of 5, as we're being reminded by umpire Brooks. And of course, what then happens is Martin van Buren still elects to protect the interior, to try to conserve on run scoring. So another run is added here as Dhruv continues. 34 for 1. As Tirth Patel comes back onto strike. He's on 8, has faced 18 deliveries so far. In the air. And just outside the reach again of that short mid-off position. A lot of activity in that area.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of drop catches. We've seen Dhruv, who took out the only wicket to fall so far, that of PSAL Patel. And Carl, I read a game in England back in some time. Umpires showed up to a game, and he was handed the team's list, and everybody from one team versus the other team all had the surname of Patel. The story goes on to say even the scorer they brought along, his name was Patel.
That's how common a name that is, and we've seen quite a number of Patels in this lineup for John Bowne.
And you look at Dhruv, whose first name and last name is pretty much the same.
Wow.
And 2 of our commentators here, I know there's a German footballer. Your name is Carl. My name is Leonard. Carl Leonard. He's another German footballer.
And that's the play on the names, Len. We in this John Bowne team, just coming back to the Patels, in the overall squad, there are 12 Patels in the squad. And in a squad of 15. And so again, that explains as this one driven away into the cover region. And so another single to Tirth, takes him up to 9 and the total up to 35.
So 35 for 1. They've lost the wicket of Paul Patel. And it's 35. Good batting here from Tirth and Meg out in the middle. So another bowler, it appears, has been given the ball here for Van Buren. And so 35 for the loss of 1. 7 overs gone.
So Yuvraj Singh into the attack. 35 for 1, 7 overs done. And speaking of names, here's another famous one, Yuvraj Singh.
Taking on the pad.
Yeah, 35 for the loss of 1. Martin Van Buren and John Bowne locked in a battle here in 2026. We talked about outside of Richmond Hill and John Adams, 10 championships between those two. Ball defended here from Tirth Patel, 35 for 1.
And then we talked about Martin Van Buren before. The Martin Van Buren named after the 8th president of the U.S. And John Bowne. John Bowne was named after the Quaker. Of course, John Bowne, he was noted for his efforts in the struggle for religious liberty here in the U.S. And John Bowne, that particular school has been around for some time, was established back in 1964, and the enrollment is just over 3,000. So John Bowne with 3,000 students, Martin Van Buren with just over 1,000 in their enrollment.
So Mujtaba, it appears, with 2 overs, no mean none for 14, has been recalled into the attack. He comes in here at 44 for 1. And folks, you're watching the 2026 finals, school final here and at Baisley Pond Park in Queens. Punched away into the offside. The applause goes up. It's 45 for 1.
It actually a misfield out in the deep, and this one has run into the boundary. And that's 4 runs. So the umpire did signal 4, so we'll wait for the confirmation here as the batters. Yep. So I think it's 4 runs. We got the signal from the umpire. So it's not 4? So no. So 4 runs to start. So
ball cut away into the offside. They're gone for 1. They come for 2. And we'll wait and see. Big appeal. Not says the umpire, Matt. This has been a very good over. The 50 comes up and the 51 on the board for John Bowne. It comes in the 9th over. 50 on the board.
Yeah, and we've seen things begin to shift a little bit in the last over and a half. We've seen a little bit more attacking intent from the 2 batters. Good bit of running there as well to come back for 2.
So the 50 comes up, Carl, in the 9th over. Still going at 5.8, very close to 6.
Yeah, 24 runs in this partnership. Partnership starting to blossom here for John Bowne. The Wildcats looking to put a solid total on the board, give themselves every chance to lift their first championship in the PSAL. In fact, over the years, Len, only 6 schools have won this championship. And so John Bowne and Martin Van Buren vying to become the 7th.
Yeah, 51 for 1. Tirth Patel on strike. The ball worked into the onside, Carl. So that will conclude the 9th over. So 9 gone. It's 52 for 1.
So this one again played up towards short mid-off. And that will conclude the over. 8 runs coming from it. It's 52 for 1 at the end of 9 overs.
So we're back with the action, 52 for 1. 9 overs gone. Dhruv will continue here, Carl. 2 overs no in 1 for 4.
So here's Dhruv, starts with a good ball. That's angled into Tirth Patel. He just defends into the onside for no score.
Yeah, this has been a really good partnership between Tirth and Meg. They've posted 25. Remember, they lost their first wicket, PSAL, when the score was 27. And so then on, this partnership has gone pretty well, past the half century.
So he has been knocked over, I think. So he walks off. And so the second wicket falls here as Tirth Patel, the captain, has to go. He's been knocked over by Dhruv. It's now 52 for 2. And while there's a break in the action, a reminder that today's game programs can be downloaded to your mobile device by scanning the QR codes located around the park. So if you see a QR code on a PSAL, any PSAL collateral, you can scan that to pick up a copy of today's program, today's game program. In addition, the game is being streamed live on the PSAL page, on the PSAL YouTube page. So if you have folks who can't make it to the ground and would like to keep up with the happenings here from Baisley Pond Park, they can easily go to the PSAL YouTube page to follow the happenings here in this championship final.
Now, by chance, if you happen to streak across the field, they probably can see that hope. 52-2. Ball defended here by the new man, James Kumar, who has come to the middle. Seen a couple of wickets here, Matt, from Dhruv. He's picked up 2 for 4 so far.
Yeah, Dhruv has been a difference maker so far in this innings. 2.4 overs, 2 for 4. Uppishly struck from James Kumar Patel off the mark with a single.
Yeah, partnership rebuild here for John Bowne. Saw a big one of 27 between Turt and Meg Patel. And so they're batting at 53 for the loss of 2. We're in the 10th over. And Matt and Carl, what we've seen from Dhruv Patel, well, in fact, Dhruv, is that he has had better luck as a bowler from this end. Ball cracked into the offside. We'll get runs here. Meg Patel, only a single. And so that brings us to the halfway stage. 10 overs gone. 54 for the loss of 2.
And just 2 runs off the over. A good one from Dhruv. The wicket plus the 2 runs. And so at the halfway stage, one might say it's advantage, perhaps Van Buren, as they have restricted John Bowne to 54. So just going at 5.4 runs per over, which perhaps is a little below par at the halfway point of the John Bowne innings. You're watching the 2026 championship final for cricket in the Public Schools Athletic League. Again, want to say good afternoon to New York City School Chancellor Kamar Samuels, who has graced us with his presence joining this championship final. Of course, PSAL Senior Executive Director Danny Harris and the entire team, led by Sports Coordinator Lowe Diedro, Bassett Thompson, Ricky Kisoon on hand, and of course the entire team that's helping with the stream. I want to say good afternoon and thanks for all the effort.
So single off the bat of Meg Patel. And James Kumar comes into strike. They've got 59 balls to play with here. They're batting at 55 for the loss of 2. We've seen a couple of strikes from Dhruv. Ball goes down the leg side, call away. And so the extras now goes up to 13, fellas.
Yeah, extra starting to mount here for Van Buren. Better delivery just back of a length. Asking some questions of James Kumar. And he's just reaching forward, not able to get to the pitch of it. Score remains at 56.
And Carl, we saw in the semi-final. Oh, a lovely shot running up towards the square leg boundary. It's going to be a long chase for the fielder. Can't get there on time. And the ball goes away for 4.
Good shot from James Kumar Patel. Picks up his first boundary. He's come out with a fair bit of intent. We saw him get off the mark looking to go big down the ground. That time a boundary takes the score up to 60.
Yeah, Carl and Matt. And when you look at John Bowne coming into this final, we saw that They were both ordinary chases for them. The semi-final, they only had to get about 94 and 95. And in the quarterfinal, they were just chasing some 67 runs. So they've had to chase some scores under the three-figure mark. Lovely shot here from James Kumar. And takes the score up to 61 for 2.
So the scoreboard continues to move along here for John Bowne. At some point, they'll need to look to make a push to pick up the scoring rate. At this current juncture, they're going at a rate that would land them at about 120. This one hit well up into the offside, but again, it doesn't carry to the man at deep cover. Batters do pick up a single to close out another over. 8 runs coming from this one. And so it's 62 for 2 at the end of 11.
Yes, Carl, and you talked about in 2023, Richmond Hill posting 192 against, who was that? Jamaica, I think.
Jamaica High School. Yeah.
Is that the highest in a final over the years?
It's the record, Len, the record scored. And of course, that was led by a championship knock, which had the highest individual score by a batter, Mohammed Momin. Slammed 122 from 63 balls, hit some 12 sixes and 8 fours, almost a 200 strike rate. And then came back and took 2 for 9 to help his team to get over the line. And that was the highest scoring team, that very strong Richmond Hill team of 2023.
Yes, Carl, and when you look at what has happened in 2026, we have seen 4 Centurions, and the highest individual score this season has been 123. 123 by Ahmed Al Rayyan. And I wonder which school he comes from, but 123 highest this year.
Yeah. So we're hearing that he would be from Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison were double finalists. They were finalists in 2025 and finalists in 2024. And generally, we've seen the finalists over the years, Len, that have lost. In the years ensuing, they generally come to the fore to win the championship. This year, Edison falling one game short.
Yes, Carl, and also history tells us that Jamaica came 3 times to this to the finals, wasn't able to capture the crown. The cricket continues 62 for 2 at the end of 11.
Yeah, Jamaica High School went back-to-back finals in 2018 and 2019, and then went to a final in 2023. And they've never put their hands on that championship trophy, though, unfortunately for them. So it's been a struggle. So only 6 schools swing and a miss. And that's a wicket.
So a bit of a strange occurrence there with that wicket. It's the wicketkeeper who started the innings, Daria Naik, has swapped the gloves for the ball, has come in right away. Batter walks down, and the replacement keeper has done the job behind the stumps. So the wicketkeeper with the ball in hand has enacted a stumping from the backup keeper. Not every day you'll see that. But what a wicket for Martin van Buren. A strange way, but nonetheless, they'll accept it. It's 62 for 3.
Shake it to the max. Will the DJ please turn up the bass to the max? Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind.
So Alian Ali comes to the middle. Couple of half century for him this year. Got a 71 against Hillcrest somewhere along the line. So he comes in here with 53 balls remaining. Gets inside edge and he gets off the mark straight away, Matt. 63 for 3.
So not quite. Bye run signaled. We saw Darian Naik with the glove. Seemed to be a pretty decent gloveman, actually. And appears to be just as good of a bowler. Have to give credit as well to Mujtaba, who did the glove work. Taken. So Darian Naik is causing problems here all of a sudden for John Bowne. Right away has came in, got a stumping, and this time one that popped straight up in the air and the easiest of catches. And now the fourth wicket falls and things beginning to fall apart here a bit for John Bowne.
Yeah, starting to unravel. A smart catch taken by the captain, Soban Manzoor. Ball was in the air for some time and took it comfortably in the end. So the MVB fighting VBs suddenly with wind in their sails, picking up a couple wickets in this over. It's 63 for 4.
So Purva Patel walks to the middle. And now essentially Matt and Carl, two new batters out in the middle. Alian has only faced one ball. Purva Patel comes in here with 51 balls remaining. And Darian Naik, the wicketkeeper, turn off spinner, has picked up 2 in this over so far.
That is what you call a utility player. It can provide all types of resources that you might need. If you need a bowler, wicketkeeper, a batter, an outfielder, it can give you all of it.
And we hear the term wicketkeeper batter very often, or keeper batsman. How about a wicketkeeper bowler?
Yeah, I want to think the next match, the coach starts Darian Naik as a bowler and maybe keep Mujtaba behind the stumps.
We could see in the second innings if Naik can bat as well.
This one worked into the onside, gets easily by the man at short mid wicket. They scamper through for 2, easily taken in the end.
Yeah, 65 for the loss of 4. They've still got 49 balls to play with. We talked about how important are these tosses, Carl, in T20 cricket in these days. Final ball coming up. And this has really been a very good over from Darian Naik. Picked up a couple of wickets. He's only given up 4. And so 12 gone, 66 for the loss of 4.
Through the night I'm dreaming, yeah. Miss how she way you turn it up, make it smooth, my darling. When outside is pouring rain, put up a on the fire, bubbling, it's over.
So 12 overs gone. The voice of Kes in the background. 66 for 4, Carl. So ball played in to the onside. Looks like Mohammed Iqbal has been given another ball here.
And I did see a post that a long time ago, a few months ago, that was talking about how 2026 could be an incredible stretch of sports, starting with the Super Bowl. And then for us cricket fans, you had the T20 World Cup that came after that, segued right into the IPL season. IPL has concluded. You've got the NBA playoffs and now the finals. Goes right into the FIFA World Cup. You've got the Stanley Cup as well happening. Major League Cricket as well bowls off this week. MI New York, of course, the defending champions, the 2-time champions, the New York team in that.
What about Women's World Cup cricket?
Non-stop action. It's just one thing leads to another.
But the best one, Carl, PSAL final.
There you go. There you go. Now we're talking. Hit well into the deep. One bounce for a maximum. And it's 4 runs. And our streamer here took one on the noggin. And yeah, you gotta have your head on a swivel. As took one right off the noggin. 4 runs, 4 good-looking runs, a clean strike.
Especially when this man is on strike. Alian Ali has had a pretty good season. Top score of 71 against Hillcrest earlier in the season. So this is a player that means business, it seems.
Well, that's not what they mean when they say use your head, as this one is running for another boundary here. Down to fine leg, it's 4 more.
And Alian Ali has arrived. The only non-Patel in the squad has made his presence felt. A couple of 4s down the leg side and hammered away. And can he produce a big knock, and can he get going quickly as well as the innings begins to wind down? Quick runs become valuable, and Alian Ali has shown some of his power already.
Yeah, Mohammed Iqbal, Matt. We saw he bowled the opening over. In fact, the second over gave up 10. And he has given up 9 already. So this has not really been a very good day here for Iqbal. And we'll come into bowl to Alian Ali, who has really been on fire here in this over. Couple of big 4s from him. We saw his previous 4, Carl. The first 4 was almost a maximum. Just by perhaps inches.
Yeah, just barely. And so gets a good ball that he's forced to defend. It's a no ball, that was the call. And so he'll have to re-bowl this. And so here is another free hit delivery upcoming here. And this is a fielding restriction no ball, I believe. And so 6 players on the onside. And so free hit upcoming.
So 76 for the loss of 4. And we talked about the inner circle restriction, Carl. There's also the restriction of having too many men on the onside. 76 for 4. We've seen a couple of big shots here from Alian Ali. And we talked about how good he's been during the course of this season. Are you kind of surprised, Matt, that he has come as 5?
Yeah, certainly someone with as prolific as numbers typically are the guys you see batting higher in the order. Free hit ball, dances down the track, gets taken on the pad, perhaps leg by it is, but another counterpoint with that is from the glimpse we've seen of Alian Ali, we see a big point of T20 batting lineups is to have somewhat of a finisher or an enforcer in that middle order that can really hit the ball well. And from what we've seen, Alian Ali could very well be that guy or have been that guy throughout the season for John Bowne, hence why he's batting at number 5.
So another expensive over here from Mohammed Iqbal. 11 off it. Final ball. Ball driven into the offside. Good running. And they pick up another one here, Carl. So 13 gone, 78 for 4. 78 for 4 at the end of 13. Another big over here off the bowling of Mohammed Iqbal.
Yes, Len, and really puts the game now with 42 balls remaining. Puts John Bowne on course for a total somewhere in the range of 130, perhaps 140. And we'll have to see if that turns out to be a total that's good enough. It's been a struggle. So far they're going at 6 and over. 6 and over gets you to about 120, but the expectation is that once you get to the death into the 15th, 16th over and beyond, that the scoring rate would increase. So we'll have to wait to see if that comes to fruition. 78 for 4 with 13 overs concluded. While there's a break in the action, again, I want to say good afternoon to New York City Schools Chancellor, Mr. Kamar Samuels, newly minted. Also, the Senior Executive Director of the Public Schools Athletic League, Mr. Danny Harris, and the entire PSAL team of Sports Coordinator Lowe Diedro, Bassett Thompson, Ricky Kissoon, Lorna Samuels, among all the folks on hand, Diedro, and everyone who helps and support year in, year out. It's 78 for 4. We're into over number 14.
Yeah, Daria Naik, he's been good so far. 2 wickets for 3. And he comes in second over for him. The ball cut away into the offside. They scamper through for 1, Carl. And we come down to 40 balls remaining. 79 for 4.
And this will be an interesting contest here between Daria Naik and Alian Ali. Ali has hit a few boundaries. Daria Naik has gotten a few wickets.
Yeah, this is going to be very good contest. Still 40 balls remaining. Still wickets in hand here, Carl. They've only lost 4. And here is Daria Naik.
Yes.
Worked into the onside, firmly struck. Could be looking for more than 1. And 2 easy runs, 81.
Yeah, they continue to push here. And making some good headway is John Bowne. Can they get to 140, 150 perhaps? Still 6 wickets in hand. Naik has bowled well. This one hit in the air. Should be taken, and it is. Caught at mid-off. And that's the end of Alian Ali.
A big wicket, and once again, it's Daria Naik with the breakthrough. Looking to go over the offside and straight into the hands of Ankit Zala. And Martin van Buren, the fighting VBs, continue to pick up wickets. Daria Naik has 3 for 6.
मेरी प्रेम कहानी सुन 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 पूरी 16 आने सच्ची मेरी प्रेम कहानी इसमें
So Kush Patel comes to the middle at 81 for 5. Daria Naik. Ball into the offside mat. What a spell we have seen from Daria Naik. Once he took the pads off, once he took the gloves off, it was trouble for John Bowne.
Coming forward is Kush Patel, straight to Zala again. So a couple of dots and another very good over from Daria Naik. 2 overs, 3 for 6 for him. It's 81 for 5 after 14.
So 81 for the loss of 5. They've got 36 balls. And Carl, let's talk about, should they get run a ball, that will probably push them up to what, 117?
Yes, Len, but I think if you expect that the death overs, they look to increase the run rate, one would suspect that they should be able to get in the range of 130, 135, which would make the ask just about 7 and over, give themselves a fighting chance here in this championship final.
So Ankit Zala, who we saw not too long ago, well, I was wondering, he took his cap off and he was around the bowling markups, so he's not a bowler. But couple of Zalas in the squad. I wanna suspect they're brothers. 81 for 5. And this bowler will come into bowl to Purva Patel. Purva and Kush out in the middle. And so here we go, 81 for 5.
Pulled away. So Dhruv comes in to finish his quota 2 for 6 into his last over. Down the leg side will be a wide. So 17 extras, 13 of them wides.
Yeah, wides becoming a major contributor here for John Bowne. And if it's one thing we might say Van Buren hasn't really had a good grasp of this afternoon, it's how they've managed the extras.
So 82 for the loss of 5. Pulled away. Good looking shot here from Purva. Gone for 1. Will come back for 2. A little bit of fumbling. And so 2 more runs here for John Bowne. 84 for 5.
So really glorious conditions here at Baisley Park. Cool breeze sort of blowing across on a very warm day as the sun is punched away up into the cover point region.
Yes, Carl, and the reason why you are saying cool because you're under a shade. I want to think it's a little bit warmer out in the middle today.
You're right, Len. I mean, the weather today actually is pushing in the 80s, 84 at the moment.
Yeah, ball heading down the leg side. May have touched something on its way through. But Carl, you look at the beautiful Baisley Pond Park. Lovely weather for cricket. And this has been one of the venues that has been used a lot for high school finals. I know we've been to Roy Sweeney Park. I think we have done finals at Idlewild Park.
Yes, Len, we've run the gamut. Idlewild, here BPP, what we call Roy Sweeney Park, that's Spring Creek Oval. I think those are the venues. I'm trying to think if we ever did one in Brooklyn. Maybe not. Thinking of by Seaview, like 88. No, not in the cage either of all the years. So another over comes to an end. It's 86-5 with 15 overs completed.
Santa.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. I feel good when you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song. Feel good, feel good. I feel good because your perfume isn't loud, that only I can talk about. Feel good, feel good. Oh, yeah, yeah,
So down the leg side, worked away. Ayan Shabir is the new bowler. Starts with a dot.
So we come down to the last 29 balls. Batters out in the middle. Kush. And so wide is a signal from umpire Neville. 87 for 5.
So we're at the death. And if you're at the death, then now is when you would expect John Bowne to pick things up. Full toss, hit into the onside. They run for 1. That is all they'll get. And so the slow sledding for John Bowne continues. They continue to inch along, though, going at just about run a ball.
Yeah, we got 28 balls remaining. Ayan Shabir given the ball. 7th bowler to be used here by MVB. And a play and a miss. Appeal. Not outside is umpire Neville. It's 88 for 5. So 88 for 5. We're down to over number 16 loading. Big swing and a miss from the powerful left-hander. Parva Patel can't connect. And this has been very good over here from Ian Shabir. Bowled a wide, but relative to that, has only given up one more. And we have seen 3 dot balls from him so far. 88 for 5. Couple of balls remaining. Purva Patel on 9. Kush Patel is on 2. Chasing one outside the off stump. Misses the ball. Goes into the keeper's glove.
World Cup action happening on the West Coast in Santa Clara. Briel Mbolo from the penalty spot has given Switzerland a lead over Qatar in a game. I don't think that'll be the only Swiss goal in that game. Edged away. This will fetch some runs here for Purva Patel. Races away, but fielder latches on to get a couple of runs. So a good over from Ayan Shabir. Just the four runs coming off it. One of them a wide. It's 90 for 5 after 16 for John Bowne.
So just 4 overs remain. And just coming back to the World Cup for us for a moment, of course, Brazil will get into action later today as they play Morocco at 6 p.m. and right here in New Jersey. So right after Public Schools Athletic League finishes here, we can head down to MetLife Stadium, see what you can pick up.
Yes, Carl, you've got a really busy sporting night, and then of course 8:30 is.
Yeah, Knicks and Spurs.
And then later on, Haiti takes on somebody tonight.
Say 9 p.m. Haiti and Scotland.
Oh man, you're not sleeping tonight.
Thank you, sir. Well, yeah, this whole week, Len, it's going to be rough times. So while there's a hydration break out in the middle, we'll take a hydration break here in the box as well.
And it technically won't count as being a Saturday game, but if you look just beyond that Haiti game at 12 o'clock midnight, you've got Australia versus Turkey, which will take you into tomorrow morning.
So, action continues. Ball into the offside. Not a single here for John Bowne. They're up to 91 for 5. Number 13 comes back into the attack. And Soban Manzoor. We haven't seen him for a while, Carl and Matt, but he comes back here.
Yes, Len. And important passage of play this for the Fighting VBs. And of course the captain comes back to look to make an impression here at the death.
Yes, Carl, we saw him bowled pretty well at the top of the order. 2 overs, no made, none for 8 at a time in which Mohamed Iqbal had gone a little bit haywire. And ball driven straight down the ground. Chance of a run out. Can't strike the stumps. And it's good running in the end, 92.
Yeah, could have been disaster had that one hit. Was a long way short of his ground. Thankfully, fielder couldn't quite connect with the stumps.
So we talked about 6 high schools have won in 16 years of competition. And we'll go through those top 6 schools who have really done well at the PSAL level. Let's start with 2 of the big ones, John Adams and Richmond Hill, Carl. 5 apiece.
Yes, Len. In fact, John Adams went from 2022, 2019, 2018 2016 and 2014, hit well into the onside for a single. And then, of course, Richmond Hill also won 5, as you mentioned, including the last 3 years. So 23 to 25, and they also won in 2015 and 2017. And then only 4 other schools: Long Island City, newcomers, Franklin D. Roosevelt, and William C. Bryant. Those are the only other 4 schools to have won.
So we've got all the numbers. 93 for 5. Big appeal. Not on says umpire Sanjeev Chahal. And so the over comes to a close. 17 gone. John Bowne having asked to bat first. They're batting at 93 for the loss of 5. So 95 for 6, Prince Kumar Patel and Kush Patel out in the middle. Darian Naik is the bowler. Play and a miss, and the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. So we come down to the latter stages here. 2026 high school final. 95 for the loss of 6, 16 balls remaining. And here is Darian Naik and Prince Kumar into the offside mat. A little bit of misfield, and they go through for 1. Brings them closer to 100. They're 96 for 6.
Yeah, and Darian Naik continues to bowl really well here. Has restrained the batters quite well.
Yeah, ball taken on the pad. Nado says the umpire. And this has been another good over for Darian Naik. Let's see what he has done. 3 for 9 so far. The over comes to a close. It's 96 for the loss of 6. 18 overs gone. So the action continues. 96 for 6. Playing a miss here from Prince Kumar. Carl, we come down to 11 balls.
Yes, Len, and it's been a struggle throughout for John Bowne, but they continue to soldier on. Subhan Manzoor has bowled well, 3.1 overs, 1 for 10. has really looked the part, leading from in front.
So they've got 11 balls remaining. Prince Kumar, lovely shot, finds the gap, and they'll come back for a couple of runs, and that is lovely played, Carl, into the offside.
Yeah, threaded it beautifully, and in fact, we've seen only a handful of boundaries here on the day line. In fact, we've seen only 6-7 boundaries struck in the entire inning, so that's been the struggle for John Bowne.
The fact is, 7 of those boundaries, Carl, 3 came off the bat of Tirth Patel. And we saw a little bit of Alian, who struck a couple of boundaries. But they're approaching that 100 mark. Still a couple of runs away. And they've got 9 balls remaining.
And it could be somewhat of a low total posted here. And we've seen that over time. And we can go back and look at some of the finals that have had low scores. FDR, it goes all the way back to, in fact, the first year by newcomers, they only posted 100. And John Adams, the second year that newcomers won, they only posted 111 and defended it against John Adams. And then we saw another low total in 2022. John Adams again posted 112 and defended that against Richmond Hill. And then in 2024, 112 stood up, as well as 117 last year.
So 99 on the board. That brings up the 100 for John Bowne. It comes after a very good shot from the batter. It's 101 for 6.
And the 100 comes up here in the 19th over. It's taken a while to get here, Matt.
Yeah, well, they brought it up in a bit of style, good-looking shot, and get a couple of runs. And now the question is, how much in excess of that 100 can they pile on in the next 7 balls?
So Manzoor into Kush. Good delivery. Not all say his umpire. Chahal, 19 over, comes to a close. It's 101 for 6. So Darian Naik, 3 for 9, has been given the ball for the last over. It's 101 for 6. 6 balls remaining. Prince Kumar Patel will be on strike. Kush Patel at the other end. And here is the final 6th ball of John Bowne's innings.
So struck well into the onside. Runs here. They go for 1. They'll come back for a second on the misfield. And in fact, they'll pick up a couple runs.
Yeah, good start to this over. Lovely shot from Prince Kumar Patel. And we come down to, it's 103 for 6. 5 balls remaining. And here is Darian Naik. He's really been good. 3 for 10.
Full toss this time, taken on the pad. In fact, should have done much more with that, given a juncture, no less. And it's still now just 4 balls remaining. 103 for 6. 4 balls to go. Hit well down the ground again towards the mid-on region. They go for 1, come back for a second, and so they'll get 2 more at it.
Yeah, important runs here. Still 3 balls to go from Darian Naik. 105 for 6. Wickets in hand. And in 3 balls, has gone for 4. And Darian Naik, once he keeps the ball within the ropes, it'll be fine. Outside edge. They scamper through for 1.
Misfield will allow a second, I think. The throw comes in. And it doesn't appear that he had the ball. And so he'll escape with a couple of runs.
Yeah, 3 twos in the over so far. 6 off the over.
Yeah, and we haven't really had boundaries, but hey, 6 twos in and over is 12 runs and over. So the twos will do quite well still.
Yeah, it doesn't appear that the fielder ever collected the ball when he broke the stumps. Hence the reason why he still remains out in the middle.
Yeah, umpire Chahal along with Neville with a little bit of consultation deciding that the batsman is ruled not out. Couple of runs here for John Bowne. And so we've got 2 balls remaining. Nike into the leg side. They go for 1. They come for 2. The throw comes in. Not a good one. And so 2 more runs there for John Bowne.
And so they continue to try to make the most of this final over. And John Bowne 8 in the over already. I'm just looking to see how much more they can add. 1 ball remaining.
So it's 109. We talked about last year final, Carl. 116 was posted. And it's 109. Here we go. Daria Naik. Final ball will come into bowl to Prince Kumar Patel. If he bowls a legal ball, it's all sealed here. Anything extra, the match goes on. It's 109.
3 for 17 for Nike so far. Final ball, swing and a miss. And in fact, it's knocked him over. And that's the end of the innings. It's 109 for 7, posted by John Bowne.
So 109 posted by John Bowne. Will run through the scorecard. Tirth Patel 24, Paul Patel 12, Meg Patel 7, James Kumar Patel 6, Alian Ali 10, Purva Patel 12, Kush Patel not out 7, and Prince Kumar Patel, he was bowled off the final ball. He fell for 13. Bowling so far. Soban Manzoor 1 for 15. Mohammed Iqbal none for 21. Mujtaba Ahmed none for 30. Dhruv 2 for 11. Yuvraj Singh none for 9. 4 for 17 from Daria Naik. And Ayan Shabir had figures of none for 4. So folks, there you have it. 109 posted by John Bowne, batting first. And so MVB will need 110 to become champions in 2026. We'll be back in about 15 minutes time for the chase when MVB will need 110 to win. See you soon.
Switzerland was dominating these guys, and just like that referee for 20 minutes hydration break. Switzerland was probably about to score anyway.
Great. So if you are the recipient of an award, if you're the recipient of a season award, please come to the orange tent and register so we know you're here. If you are the recipient of a season award, so whether you have scored a century, taken a 5-wicket haul, or is the recipient of an award of some sort for the season, please check in with Deidre at the orange tent. Thank you. France, Portugal.
So it's over here and fix that. I'm trying to see how I'm going to be touching it.
Brazil is fast.
Yeah, Brazil. What about the mini image? Take me down. I'm going to be one with the gloves.
Oh, is that that's one thing.
Yeah, that's true.
If you are the recipient of a season award, please make your way to the media center to register.
Look, you see, I pick out a West Indian farm.
How's everything? You alright?
Big PS.
Nice to see you, man.
You know,
Cameron Coffee.
Yeah, man. What's going on?
What's up,
You alright? Good to see you, sir. Ethan here, man. Carl.
Yeah.
You always been announced. Now, just
Yes, sir.
thank you
Yes, sir.
very
Good
much.
to see you. For sure. For sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I say, man. I don't go great anymore. I just come watch. I live up the road.
Oh. So what? You don't do anything? You don't do any coaching? So we're back for the chase. 110 needed from 120 balls at an asking rate of 5.5, the required run rate per over. The two batters out in the middle, Soban Manzoor and Daria Naik. The two batters that have arrived out in the middle. We get the signal from umpire Sanjeev that we're ready for the chase. And so we're about to take flight here. Again, a reminder, if you're the recipient of a season trophy, please come to the media center to register so that we know that you're here and you can be marked as present for the presentation ceremony that will succeed this match. So cut up and over, backward point, runs up towards the boundary. And this one will go away, first ball boundary. Good start this for MVB.
Well, what a start to the innings, what a start to the chase from Martin van Buren. And a wonderful way to start off for the captain, Soban Manzoor. In fact, it's Daria Naik, actually, with the shot. And hey, what was I saying? I was saying a wicket-keeper bowler. Wonder if he can bat. Faces the first ball and dispatches it away to the boundary, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, strong start here from the Fighting Bees into the offside. And they go through for another one.
Yeah, and Nike definitely looks the part with the bat. Very fluent, very fluid. And ball was full in the block hole. And it easily worked into the offside for a single, just rotating the strike over to his captain, Soban Manzoor.
So another great start here from Man Patel. But he comes into bowl to Soban. Ball outside the off stump, called a wide. And so runs are coming easily here for Van Buren.
Yeah, Van Buren couldn't have asked for a better start. And they're off to a flyer already after just 2 legal balls.
Yeah, they're chasing 110, 109 posted by John Bowne. And we'll quickly look through the scorecard of John Bowne when we get a chance. But here is Man Patel. It's in the air, falls in no man's land. And another single here for MVB.
Yeah, so things moving quite nicely here so far for Martin van Buren. And gets things back to Darian Naik. Already an exciting shot from him that went for 4.
And Carl and Matt, we talked about 6 schools who have won at the championship level. For sure, we'll add the 7th this afternoon.
Well, that we will then. It's just a matter of which team, whether one team can defend 109. It did. We did have a super over in one particular year. So why it has been delivered here. And I'll let you know which year that was.
So 8 for no loss. We've seen an over from Man Patel. A couple of wides from him. We saw a lovely shot from Darian Naik to get things on the way. And now we come down to still the 4th ball to be bowled. In fact, this will take a while longer. And we have seen 3 wides now from Man Patel, Matt.
Yeah, it's another wide. And so Van Buren couldn't have asked for anything better. They're actually off to a flyer with already 3 wides in the over. And have been scoring quite fluently so far.
And typically a trend we kind of see with the PSAL is that teams tend to win their championships in bunches. Newcomers, of course, would have taken the first 2. John Adams and Richmond Hill, we've mentioned, have won 5 each. Even Long Island City had won back-to-back. So both of these teams, both new to the PSAL final. Edged away, and this one will run away. Fielder gives chase and will lose that battle. So 4 more of the bat of Darian Naik getting a thick edge that races away.
Yeah, lovely, productive shot, and this over's gone for 13. Certainly not a good one here from Man. And certainly, Carl, not a good start here from John Bowne, defending 110.
Yeah, you don't have enough length to allow an over like this for first up. 13 already off the over. And the team only needed 5.5 runs per over at the outset. That asking rate is already down to just 5.1 with this over right at the top. Hit well into the gap at mid-wicket. This will be 4 more.
Lovely shot again from Darian Naik. Has exploded in this first over. And the first over has come to an end in emphatic style for Martin van Buren. 17 without loss of 13 of them off the bat of Darian Naik.
Yeah, Matt, and you were making the point. We saw Darian Naik, the keeper. We saw Darian Naik, the bowler. 3 for 10, 3 for 14, Carl, when he bowled. And already he has gotten the Martin van Buren side off to an explosive start. 13 off the first over.
Yes, Len, and they have their principal Deborah Nettleford, out of the island of Jamaica, in the ground. So she has to be happy with the effort so far in this chase. And just the Martin van Buren team have really stood up here, and they're off to a screamer, chasing just 110 needed for victory.
And the point I was going to make regarding teams winning their titles in bunches, both of these sides knew for the first time in the final. And could this be the start of maybe a new era for one of these teams? Whoever can win this year. We've seen it become a trend. You win one year, you typically, a couple years of success will follow. And could this be the start of the MVB era or the John Bowne era?
Yes, Matt, you're right on that. Even Jamaica High had a cluster of final showing.
Yeah, but they never won, Jamaica High. They were in the final of several times. The 2 schools have won that have never won again. No, they've only won once. William C. Bryant and FDR won only one time. William C. Bryant in 2010, FDR in 2011. Since then, you guys are right. Every team that has won has come back to win at least once or twice. And in the case of John Adams and Richmond Hill, 5 times apiece.
Yes, Carl, you look at newcomers who won the first 2 championships. They have really been out of reach of the PSAL Championship over time. Mit Patel given the ball, and he will come into bowl to Soban Manzoor. But we've seen a fine knock so far from Darian Naik. The action continues, as Mitt will come into bowl to Saban with 17 runs already on the board with just one over bowled.
And John Bowne needs some wickets here. This one is full and turned it to the onside. They thought about a single, but good fielding keeps the batters planted.
Yes, Carlin, we were talking off record about that super over. What year was that between which team?
That was all the way back to 2011 when FDR and Long Island City. Both teams ended on 100, and it did go to a super over won by FDR.
Oh, that's a lovely shot again from Subhan Manzoor. He's really looked the part. He's picked up two. But the big moment comes now. Mit Patel will come into bowl to Darian Knight, who's having a really good day. We saw him with the glove. We saw him with the ball. Now he is with a bat, and he's up to 13 quickly.
This one hit well. Full toss in the air. Fielder takes the catch. And the first wicket falls here for MVB.
And there's the big wicket as well. A full toss. A gift really for Darian Knight that he was looking to accept. Couldn't quite get hold of it. Went straight up in the air. And James Kumar Patel holds on, takes a good catch. And it's Mit Patel with the wicket.
Yeah, this is going to be the plan here, or certainly ought to be the plan. Darian Knight is gone. And Carl, opportunities here for John Bowne. Can they claw themselves back into this game? And they'll do that by taking wickets. We've seen a very good showing here from Mit Patel. Good catch from James Kumar and Martin Van Buren. They've lost one, 18 on the board.
And you saw Darian Knight looking for perhaps a no-ball call, looking for a respite of some sort. Umpires were not inclined. Umpire Sanjeev would have thought that one was below the belt, and so he has to go. New batter comes to the middle.
Yeah, just before the new batter comes. And Carl, that's a trend we've seen in T20 cricket these days. A juicy full toss. And the batters are looking at the umpires.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. As a new batter walks out to the middle. And it looks to be Sufyan Ali as the man who strides to the middle.
Yeah, Sufyan has had some good knocks during the course of this season.
And
got a 28 against Richmond Hill. And got some useful score. Got a 34 also against Jamaica High. And he comes in here with 92 to win.
Full toss hit well into the onside. Gone for a maximum, the first of the afternoon.
First one of the day, and it's the first ball that Sufyan Ali has seen. A low full toss down the leg side, and what a heave from Sufyan Ali.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of full tosses here from Mit Patel. One, he was able to get a wicket of Darian Knight, but Carl, not lucky this time, and smashed out of the ground.
And Sufyan Ali, his pupils dilated, seeing that delivery coming at him, latched onto it and hammered it. It sounded sweet out of the middle of the blade. And that's a delivery you want first up as a new batter.
And Carl, we've seen all the years in school cricket, nobody sits when the chase is happening. Don't bring chairs, don't bring seats for these school boys. They're not gonna sit. Everyone on their toes here. 24 for 1, and you're watching the 2026 high school final between Van Buren and John Bowne.
Yes, the 17th renewal. All happening here at Baisley Pond Park. Clean them up. Wicket goes here, the second.
And Mit Patel has come back in the best way possible. Hit me for a 6, and they'll take the stump out next ball. And Sufyan Ali, his stay has only lasted 2 balls. It was an entertaining one. But Mit Patel has struck back in a big way for John Bowne, has taken 2 big wickets.
I get the feeling we talked about how tricky these 110 score could be, Carl. I get the feeling something good is going to happen between 86 runs to get from 109 balls with 8 wickets standing.
Well, 8 wickets in hand as Mujtaba Ahmed walks to the middle. And he comes in here at a crucial point, needing less than run a ball. And the John Bowne Wildcats with their heels up. 2 wickets in the over so far. Mit Patel getting them back into this contest.
This chase has already been a roller coaster ride. Big start from Daria Naik, big wicket from Mit Patel, big shot from Sufyan Ali, and a big wicket again from Patel.
Turned away. Look at that. With all the ease in the world, Mujtaba will pick up runs. And they come back for a couple of runs. Very fast outfield here at Baisley Pond Park. And so the second over comes to a close. What a strike from Mit Patel. Couple of strikes. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, 9 runs coming from the over plus the 2 wickets. 26 for 2 as the over concludes. While there's a break in the action, again, want to take a moment to say good afternoon to the PSAL team of Senior Executive Director Danny Harris, of course, Deputy Senior Executive Director Sandra Lowe, Senior Administrator Stephen Tsai in the ground. Want to say good afternoon to Stephen. Valerie Winberry, the Deputy Administrator, Lowe, our Diageo Sports Coordinator, Bassett Thompson, Ricky Kisoon, Lorna Austin. Deidre, all the work that you do year in, year out. And I keep telling the team, if you're in the ground and you're supposed to receive a season award, if you have not checked in at the media center, please do so. Check in with Deidre to make sure you're registered for the post-match ceremony so that we know that you're here. So if you're the recipient of a season award, please check in at the media center with Deidre.
So Man Patel has given up 17 in the last over, Matt. A lot of faith thrown to Man Patel here as he comes back 26 for 2.
Yeah, and perhaps a bit of strategy is that the man who did a lot of that damage is gone. Well bowled to Soban Manzoor. Mujtaba is at the other end. We would have seen Mujtaba at the Roy Sweeney Oval in that All-Star game last year, the red versus blue. And he struck quite a long ball. So Mujtaba could be a big player here from Martin van Buren, as is the captain, Manzoor.
Somehow I think I had that Mujtaba associated with Franklin Lane, but could be wrong. I'll try to corroborate that.
Yeah, a lot of names over 16, 17 years of competition, Carl. And I'm pretty sure that you have almost 60% of those records somewhere in NX stored in your iPad.
Yeah, it's a lot, Len. It's a lot for sure.
Yeah, I used to have data going all the way back from 2012, but then my iPad crashed.
Yeah, I have Mujtaba Ahmed associated with Franklin K. Lane, so not sure if it's the same player or someone else, or if he transferred over. It's very possible. We can always try to corroborate that at some point.
So 27 for 2. We've seen a better over here from Man Patel. Playing a miss, so that's a good delivery. John Bowne, they need wickets. They've picked up 2 in the last over, Carl, but they can't stop.
Yeah, Man Patel has come back quite well here. His first over cost him quite a bit. 8-17 coming from that first over. But he's come back quite well here to just the one wide in the over so far.
So he comes in to bowl to Soban Manzoor, and it's in the air.
And it's taken. Another one goes here. And so Martin van Buren has lost another.
And that is a really good catch. Went a long way up in the air. And the fielding from John Bowne has been flawless really so far. They're catching at least. We saw James Kumar Patel take the catch to dismiss Daria Naik. And now another one, a skyer that went high in the air, has been held. And things continue to twist and turn here. The third one falls, and it's all going the way of John Bowne.
So Mohammed Iqbal comes to the middle. And we have seen 3 wickets fall here. 27 for 3. They still need 83 to win. And Carl, we talked about the road to the final from John Bowne. Semi-finals took out Edison. Quarter-final took out Construction. Round of 16 took out FDR. And here they are taking on Martin Van Buren. What a run for them. They're into the 2026 final. And just one team in front of a possible 2026 crown. We'll wait and see.
Yes, Len, 27 for 3. So in what should be an uncomplicated chase, Martin Van Buren is batting as if they're chasing 200 here.
And Matt made a very good point. The catching has been flawless so far. Everything that has gone up has come down into the hands of a waiting John Bowne fielder. And we saw the last catch. Not an easy catch, Carl, when the ball goes so high in the air.
Yeah, it was in the air for quite a long time. And the fielder made light work of it, made it look very simple in the end, but not an easy catch by any means.
Taking on the pad, umpire Chahal says certainly not in line. And so the third over comes to a close. They're chasing 110. They're batting at 27 for 3, Martin Van Buren.
And a tremendous over by Man Patel on the comeback. Just the one wide in the over plus the wicket. And so 27 for 3 after 3. Van Buren chasing 110 needed for victory. Yeah, in the first over, they were 17 for no loss. They've lost 2 wickets in the second over, 1 wicket in the third. So it's fallen away a bit here for MVB, the Fighting VBs. And of course, their principal, Deborah Nettleford, in the ground. I want to say good afternoon once again to Principal Nettleford of Martin Van Buren.
Yes, Carl, we talked about when teams come to the final, they come again, whether win, lose, or draw. And we'll have to wait and see between these two schools if that'll be the case in 2027, 2028, 2029.
I want to take a moment as well, and while there's a break in the action, to say good afternoon to Mr. Cameron Coffey out of Guyana and was out of St. Vincent. Cameron Coffey. And so he is in the ground, would have also played for the West Indies.
Yeah, yes, Carl, it's good to see former West Indian players around, former international player. And you wonder to know how many times that a former international player will walk around and somebody would recognize them. And I was we'll talk about that. Down the leg side, wide's here for sure. And we'll wait and see.
At least 3 of them. We'll see. We'll wait for the confirmation here. And the confirmation comes now from the umpire.
Yes, just coming back to Cameron Coffey. I was just talking to him and I remember seeing Cameron Coffey probably in 1985, 1984 when he played youth cricket in Guyana. Those Northern Telecoms youth tournament used to have in different countries. And I remember seeing him then. And he was the young Ambrose, Kirtley Ambrose, very tall man and also from the islands. So he was quite a bit. Well, Cameron Coffey went on to play for the West Indies, of course. But I first saw him back in Guyana in the 80s when he played youth cricket, the tournament held in Guyana.
Yes, Len, and he's on hand in the ground and coming to support the local youths. It's always important to have the individuals of yesteryear supporting. And then, of course, Ricky Kisoon is making the point that he would have played against Cameron Coffey when he was just 17 years old, when Ricky was 17, not when Cameron was 17.
I wonder well, Ricky didn't play international cricket, but he played for a team called International.
I think there could be a person down here for John Bowne, and it's the keeper is down, and so we'll probably take the hydration break here as I see head coach Ray Court heading out. So he'll run on. He is the head coach. He is also the physio.
Yes, Carl. And Carl, while there's a break in the action, I'm going to jog your memory here. And we see Cameron Coffey in the ground. And over time, we've seen other West Indian fast bowler around here. Jermaine Lawson, remember, turned out for Westbury, played for a while. Adam Sanford. Yeah. Adam Sanford. Did you say Bassett Thompson?
Former West Indies fast bowler.
Yeah, but from time to time, we've seen a lot of West Indian star. Everton Mattis, he lives here. We've been playing around for a long time. And Adam Sanford, Jermaine Lawson. Who else?
We have seen
Kevin Darlington. Well, he's played regional cricket.
Darlow, the Daniel Sudish, Danny Rams of the world. We've seen mostly like regional players. But yeah, of the international ilk, I think those would be them. Oh, Xavier Marshall is true. In the Indo-Caribbean Federation. When is that trophy match, Len? It's coming up in August usually, 19th. So August, so we'll check it out. So in August, the Indo-Caribbean Federation, I believe it's the 15th actually, is a Saturday. So August 15th, the Indo-Caribbean Federation trophy match. So
yeah, a bit of hold up here. And folks, if you're watching online, if you're watching the feed, there's a little bit of hold up. A 33 for 3. They need 110 to win.
So we understand, Len, that the physio Janice Wells, as well as head coach Ray Court, who is on his anniversary, is out in the middle. In fact, the head coach of Van Buren. That's Stamatis Koliatsis. He is the man who is having his anniversary today. So again, want to say happy anniversary, and of course he's spending it here with the kids at Baisley Pond Park.
And Carl, what an anniversary evening he will have if Van Buren crosses the line.
Yes, Len can't ask for a better present. And now put no pressure on his players. If they can give him something to write home about or something to go home with.
So 33 for 3. They need 77 from 100 balls. And we've seen 3 wickets fall. But the fact is, Carl, they're still punching at about 10 runs and over. And so nothing is wrong with the run rate. We've seen a couple of strikes from Mit Patel. The catching has really been good from John Bowne. And this game hanging in the balance.
And only 4.6 runs and over is the ask from here on out. So the asking rate has come down from 5.5 at the outset. And so now it's not a matter of runs anymore as much as it's preserving wickets.
So the action resumes. Ball punched into the offside. And the final of the 2026 well and truly on. Who will take the honors this year?
And of course, again, while there's a slight break in the action, I want to say good afternoon to young Miss Thompson. I know Bassett's daughter, Crystal Thompson, in the ground. I want to say good afternoon to Crystal. Fastest woman in Queens. Well, it's the genes. It's in the genes. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Except Bassett was a sprinter. He went to a sprint factory school, Camperdown High School. She's still trying to beat you, Bassett? All right, Christelle, you have your work cut out for you as this one is played up into the offside for another single.
Yes, a bit of lengthy over here from Mit Patel. But he's controlled it somewhat, Carl. He's only been able to give up quite a few singles, 35 for the loss of 3. And here is the final ball. Will come into ball to Mujtaba. It's all caught behind. So Mujtaba nicks one to the keeper. Mit Patel takes another catch. Another wicket. It's 35 for 4.
Mit Patel has been the man here for John Bowne. Has taken 3 wickets and have all been crucial ones as well. This is the big one of Mujtaba. Has to go for 4, and MVB fall even further into issues. It's 35 for 4.
Yeah, that is really a big blow. Mujtaba, he's gone off the bowling of Mit Patel. He's gone for 4. Yuvraj Singh comes to the middle. And Carl, 4 down with just 35 on the board. John Bowne making a big move here and certainly making a big statement in 2026.
Yeah, John Bowne putting their hand up here that they may be the ones to have their hand on the trophy this year. Perhaps a couple of fingers may be on it at the moment. They may be looking to get a whole hand on and then see where it goes from there. Kurth Patel with a very clean, very smart catch.
So it looks like we may have a bowling change. Man Patel has given away to a very tall individual. Looks like Tirk. And so if he will come in here at 35 for 4. Mit Patel in the meantime 3 for 17.
And John Bowne and in fact Martin van Buren continues to attack here. No choice but to.
So Meg Patel, the new bowler.
Single taken.
We'll see Yuvraj for the first time. 74 to win from 95. So from a run rate perspective, well and truly in control for Van Buren. But that right there is the problem. Wickets keep falling. And another one has fallen here for Martin van Buren. A golden duck for Yuvraj Singh. And as much as the run rate is in good hands, wickets are not. Half the side has been dismissed. And Meg Patel strikes in his second ball.
And Jill Patel with a smart catch at short mid-wicket. Cleanly struck, cleanly taken. And Martin van Buren appears to have lost the plot. It's 36 for 4.
Yeah, what a campaign from John Bowne. They continue to motor along. 5 down for 36 on the board. The catching has been so impressive. Everything that has gone up and come down, they have been snatched, and good feeling and catching here from John Bowne.
Yeah, John Bowne have been absolutely fluent in the field. Not a lot has really gone wrong for them, especially not when the ball has gone aerial. They've held on to all of their chances. The ones that have gone high and the ones that have gone flat and straight, as we saw on that occasion to Jill Patel.
And Matt, when I came to the ground, I saw a lot of catching practice. And what I saw between the two teams, they all got together and they were catching. It wasn't done by any one particular school. They all got into the act and they were doing a lot of catching. That has really paid off.
Well, that it has. 5 down here. As the new batter, Araf Ahmed, comes to the middle. Starts with a wide, does Meg Patel. And so that will add 1 to the tally here for Martin van Buren. Again, they just need 110. However, they've lost half their batting order. The top order has been decimated here by a very steady John Bowne Wildcats bowling.
Yeah, a couple of wides there from Meg. But Carl just coming back to the campaign of John Bowne. Took out a big team. Took out Edison. When we were trying to get hold of the score, We were kind of a little bit of surprised that they took out Edison, but that's another talking point, but they've done that. Play and a miss. And then, of course, earlier on, they took out High School of Construction in the quarterfinal. And in the round of 16 got by FDR. So here they are on a campaign in 2026 and going all the way, it appears.
Yeah, so they appear to be the giant killing team of 2026 because they have removed some very highly reputed teams that have done well in this tournament over the years.
And when you look at MVP, their road to the final, we saw them in the semi-final. They took out Stuyvesant. In the quarterfinal, they took out Richmond Hill and took out Midwood in the round of 16. So some top schools fell apart the way, and here we are, folks. And this is a big one for both teams. We talked about they have never been here before.
So good delivery this from Meg Patel, forcing Arif Ahmed to defend. And for the moment, Martin Van Buren really just needs to stabilize their innings, consolidate the middle order. On the other hand, John Bowne continues to search for wickets.
Yeah, the catching has really supported their bowlers well. And once you get some wickets within this power play session, it really pushes you to move on. Full ball, that's the end of over number 5. So 5 gone, it's 38 for 5.
And just 3 from the over plus the wicket. 38 for 5 at the end of 5 overs. While there's a break in the action, again, a reminder that if you are the recipient of a season award, check in with Deirdre at the media center to register. Make sure you're registered at the media center if you are the recipient of a season trophy, which would include if you've scored a century, taken a 5-wicket haul, a hat trick, anything like that that would ordinarily warrant receiving an award. Please check in at the media center straight away.
So call is 38 for 5 or 5. When John Bowne was batting, they're batting at 27 for 1 at the end of their 5. So Matt, the wicket is the biggest difference between these two teams at the same juncture of the game.
So James Kumar Patel has been inserted into the attack here from the Baisley Pond end.
Yes, Carl, like that name. James Kumar Patel, a little bit of everything inside.
Well, there's also a Prince Kumar Len.
Yeah, and also we saw a Dave Shantibai Patel in this side.
Yeah. Hit in the air. Doesn't carry all the way. And the batters only get one. In fact, now they are coming back for... Oh! Direct hit!
And the fielding continues to be impeccable here from John Bowne. We talked about the catching, but how about that pinpoint accuracy to hit the stumps? And it is all going John Bowne's way in the field. What a performance this has been from the fielding side of John Bowne.
Well, so it's 1 plus the run out. It's now 39 for 6 as Arif Ahmed has to go. And Martin Van Buren has lost the plot here.
Direct hit kills everything what we're talking about.
Direct hit makes everything
72 to win from 71 to win from 88 balls, 6 wickets down. As Dhruv walks to the middle for Martin van Buren. But a brilliant fielding display, direct hit. And where does this rank in terms of recent PSAL finals? Where would John Bowne rank in terms of the best fielding sides we've seen in recent years?
Yeah, Matt, you're right on that. Catches taken. Stumps hitting directly. And Carl is 39 for 6. Would you believe this?
Yeah, and that's why they play the games, Len. 109 seemed like a subpar total. But John Bowne has made it count here as this one runs away. And now they're coming back for a second. Another throw comes in. And this time the batters do get back for two.
Taking almost an identical chance as they did just now. A misfield coming back for the second. On that occasion, though, the throw wasn't direct. And able to get the 2 runs in the end.
So Martin van Buren continues to fight, though. In fact, they continue to swing for the fences, even though conventional cricket thinking would suggest that maybe just knocking it around takes one, take ones and twos. But we see batters just swinging for the fences.
Yeah, 41 for 6. They need 69 to win. And Carl, when you follow junior cricket, when you've been part of junior cricket for some time, ball driven into the offside, every run will count. One of the things you will notice with junior cricket, everyone can bat. So the guy who's coming at 9, 10, and 11, there's no tail enders in junior cricket.
Yeah, but you do need partnerships, Len, and so far partnerships have been few and far between. Only a one partnership of substance, and that was between Soban Manzoor and Daria Naik, which was 18 of 9 balls. Otherwise, it's the partnership tally reads like a phone number. A partnership of 8, 6, 3, 3, 3, and 1. So no partnerships of any real substance.
Yeah, we talked about the corresponding time. John Bowne, they were batting at about 35 for 1 at this stage when they were into that 6-over period. They were 33 for 1. Our official scorer here at the back of the box, Mr. Everton Brooks, tells us that.
And of course, Everton Brooks, the man whom the club in England, Premier League club, was named after.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Everton.
Well, the club was named after him.
Wow.
And so
we've got them all here, folks. 42 for 6. 6 overs gone. And so they still need 68 to become champions in 2026. So what a game we have seen.
So end of the power play. Again, we'll take the moment to acknowledge the PSAL leadership team, which includes Danny Harris, Senior Executive Director, Deputy Senior Executive Director Sandra Lowe, Senior Administrator Stephen Sai, Valerie Winberry, Deputy Administrator, Loe Diedro, Sports Coordinator, and of course the Commissioners, Bassett Thompson, Ricky Kisoon. And can't say enough about the work done out in the middle by the officiators. Got the umpires Sanjeev Chahal and Neville Kundravia, and of course umpire Everton Brooks as the third umpire today, officiating this championship final, the 17th since the inception of the Public Schools Athletic League back in 2008.
So Meg Patel will come in to bowl to Mohamed Iqbal. And a play and a miss. And so what a bowling performance we've seen from John Bowne.
Well, the bowling has been one thing, Len. It's the superb catching and out cricket that's really been the hallmark of the John Bowne Wildcats effort, as they've restricted MVB to 42 for 6 after the power play.
Yeah, they got quickly out of the blocks. Van Buren we talked about, we saw very strong and explosive first over. Darian Naik looked like he wanted to finish things in 7-8 overs.
In the air. Field attacks the catch. The 7th wicket falls.
And would you look at that, it's another catch. Another one that went high in the air, no distance. And another one that has been taken by John Bowne. 42 for 7, 2 for Meg Patel. And the catching continues to be 100%.
So the man out in the deep, number 33, that's Man Patel, with a nice, clean and comfortable catch, makes no mistake. And that's the end of Iqbal. 42 for 7, 1 delivery out of the power play.
So Ankit Zala comes to the middle here. Van Buren struggling. They need 68 from 83. And 7 wickets down with 2 new batters out in the middle, Carl. Dhruv has only faced a couple of balls. He's joined now by Ankit Zala.
So where do we go from here? If you are MVB, the fighting VBs, do they still have the fight to carry to John Bowne Wildcats?
Yeah, down the leg side, wides will certainly help. And Carl, while the bowler walks back to his mark, yeah, we talked about the officials, umpire Sanjeev Chahal. Sanjeev Chahal, we've seen Sanjeev Chahal on the PSAL circuit for some time, and we have done games with him. Couple of quality umpires out in the middle, and of course, Neville, who's climbing the umpire ranks in the last couple of years. Very quality umpires out in the middle. Single out in the offside. 44 for 7.
Yeah, only singles is really the game. It's singles. It's less than run a ball is the ask. Only 3 wickets in hand. But I'm being reminded, Len, that recently there was a team down by 29 points and came back to win. So if you're the MVB fighting VBs, can't give up the ghost at this early juncture.
Yeah, sure. So Dhruv on strike here is Meg.
Big appeals, quite clearly looks to be off the pad, but hey, when you've got a team 44 for 7 and you're on the high that John Bowne is, go up for anything.
More importantly, Matt, you've seen nothing is going to the ground, even the ball off the pad. The keeper is diving away to take
Patel has been clean behind the stumps as well.
Yeah, yes, guys, and we talked about how many times we talked about an area of fielding and catching, Carl. It's something contagious. You start dropping catches and then everybody start dropping catches. And the opposite, of course, what we've seen here. One guy takes a good catch, the other guy takes a good catch, and all of a sudden everything is caught.
Ball defended. No is a call ultimately.
Yeah, and Tirth Patel looks to be a top quality gloveman behind the stumps as well. Quite tall though for a wicket keeper.
Yeah, I was just gonna make that point. Should have used that height for fast bowling.
What? This one again down the leg side, another wide, and so extras continuing to contribute here for Martin Van Buren. 46 now for 7. Extras pushing 13 at the moment.
Yeah, Dhruv is a top all-rounder. I made a point that schoolboys cricket, everyone can bat, so it's a matter of just sticking around long enough. Yeah, Yeah, defended here. This has been a very good over from Meg Patel.
So that will conclude the over. Just the 4 runs from it plus the wicket. It's 46 for 7 at the end of 7.
Yeah, over at Santa Clara. Is that Santa Clara? Yeah, Switzerland 1-0. Qatar 84 minute. 82, and I'm surprised, Matt, that Switzerland hasn't nailed a few more goals. A lot of shots on goal.
Switzerland 24 shots, 10 on target, 1 nil. 70% possession. 93% pass accuracy. How many saves the keeper? A lot. Granted, the keeper's been good. The keeper's been good. But they're shooting.
So Samit Patel will continue. 3 for 17, Carl. What a performance in the final.
Yes, he has really come to the party. And bowled brilliantly here for John Bowne and the Wildcats. And
yeah, recovery is certainly needed here. Ankit Zala allowing one to go by.
He still has two overs, including this one, to go, does Smith Patel. So they're looking to put the hammer down here is the John Bowne Wildcats, searching for their inaugural championship in cricket in their history.
And Carl, you're talking about good bowling. We saw Nayak picking up a 4-wicket haul, 4 for 18 when they bowled.
And that's the second time we've seen a 4-wicket haul in a final.
Wow, I'm kind of surprised that you have all these numbers, Carl. What will Public School Athletic League Cricket Championship do without you?
No, do without us, Len. This is a team we've been here right from the very outset. So we've helped to lay the foundation here for the Public Schools Athletic League Cricket tournament over the years.
You certainly 47 for 7. Here's Amit Patel. And Ankit Zala realizing that there's a lot of time left in this. And Carl, you get the feeling that Van Buren needs a recovery. 63 from 76, nothing wrong with that equation.
Yeah.
But somebody will have to stick around. A pair will have to come and use up some balls, use up some time, and to really see what they can do with the remaining 62 balls.
Yeah, they need a partnership, Len. They need a partnership in the worst way. And who are the men who will do it? Coming back to the 4 wickets, Len. Richie Balkaran, 2016. 4 for 7, including 2 maidens. Back in 2016. For then champions John Adams. Richie Balkaran, the captain. John Adams winning by 70 runs over FDR.
Yes, speaking of wickets this season, we saw Mohammed Hassan from Jamaica High, along with Al-Amin from Jamaica High, top of the table in terms of wickets. So we're talking about wickets and who can really take wickets. Check out the boys from Jamaica High. And I'm pretty sure that they already registered for their awards later on.
Yeah, Jamaica High. In fact, if you are from Jamaica High or any of these other schools, and you're expecting an award, please check in at the media center as the over comes to an end. Just 1 run from it. It's 8 overs now completed. It's 47 for 7. Martin van Buren chasing 110 needed for victory.
Carl, you see the worm there, like berries on mint.
While there's a break in the action, please remember you can stay up to date with player stats, game schedules, and much more by visiting the Public Schools Athletic League official website at www.psal.org. And for more highlights and full game coverage, you can subscribe to the PSAL YouTube channel and catch all the action at NYC PSAL 1903 at NYC PSAL 1903. And also don't forget to follow PSAL on social media at NYC PSAL on Instagram, on X, on Threads for the latest updates, stories, highlights at NYC PSAL. So make sure that you're locked on to the Public Schools Athletic League on Instagram, X, Threads, and of course on YouTube at NYC PSAL for all the media platforms, and for YouTube at NYC PSAL 1903.
Yes, Carl, a sizable crowd watching the final here, as we have seen whenever games come to the Baisley Pond Park. So 47 for 7. Our good friends Everton Brooks tells us that at this stage, John Bowne, they're batting a 44 for 1. 47 for 7, 63 to win from 72. They need a big partnership. They need batters to stick around. 72 balls still to be bowled. They need 63 to win.
So after 8, 44 for 1 were the John Bowne Wildcats when they batted. As you pointed out, Len, 47 for 7 though. MVB at this stage, a huge difference versus John Bowne. In the air! And that's the first opportunity we have seen gone down for John Bowne.
It was a tough one, a really tough one. Had to run a long way, cover a bit of ground, put in the dive, and gets quite the appreciation from his teammates. Was going to be a tough one, but with the way John Bowne have fielded, it was one of those that you half expected was going to be held.
Yeah, Jeel Patel running across. He has taken a smart one earlier. That one just going through the hands. He had to make a diving attempt.
Yeah, we'll put a little red dot there. 47 for 7, James Kumar. Here he is to Dhruv. Wow. Testing the deck. Called the wide. Called the wide, and quite rightly so by both umpires.
Yeah.
It was so convincing.
That's one that you would call a big toe bouncer.
Yeah, that's one of the ironies of T20 cricket, is that you've got to give the batter a fair chance to score, and also as a bowler you got to prevent him from scoring. So in between those two, that's where you got to bowl.
So good bit of out cricket again. The batters do scamper through for 1. But it was not easy, and these John Bowne Wildcats are making the VBs earn it. It's 49 now for 7. Couple of balls remaining here in over number 9. Ankit Zala on 1. Dhruv also on 1.
Yeah, James Kumar continues to bowl extremely well. We saw his first over only conceding 4. So another dot ball here from James Kumar. 49 for the loss of 7. Still needs 61 to win. from 67 deliveries at their disposal.
So that concludes another over. 2 runs coming from it. It's now 9 in the books. MVB chasing 110 needed for victory. They're 49 for the loss of 7 wickets. And you're watching the 2026 renewal of the Public Schools Athletic League in its 17th season. The Cricket Championship final being played here between number 3 seed Martin Van Buren and the number 13 seeded John Bowne High School. Now, while there is a break in the action, again, a reminder that you can follow all the action of the public schools on social media at NYCPSAL. That's at NYCPSAL. And you can also follow and subscribe to the YouTube channel at NYCPSAL 1903. And of course, the official NYC PSAL website is nycpsal.org. So make sure you're logged on, lock in on the Public Schools Athletic League. So back and across, defending as Meg Patel comes back into the attack.
Yeah, a couple of tall players out of John Bowne. Tirt Patel, another tall man. He's the man with the glove. And in rightful fashion of a fast bowler, Meg Patel.
This one is hit in the air towards the point region. This will bring up 50 for Martin Van Buren. They go for 1. They come back for a second. And so the 50 comes up here in over number 10. Finally, 50 on the board.
Yeah, they'll have to fight their way through with 59 to win. And Carl, you know they still have some time. 64 balls. We're just about crawling to the halfway stage. And so essentially what will happen, it will be exactly from 60 balls. You'll probably need about 55 or more runs.
So hit down the ground, and they'll again run through for a single. And so run a ball is the ask from here. And so they are now up to 52 for 7.
So we've seen 3 runs in the over so far from Meg Patel. And Ankit Zala allows 1 to go through.
No wide is indicated, so ball may have been in the line of the stump that the batsman may have just moved it around. So 62 balls remain. This one hit well in the air, up and over, extra cover. Will run away for a boundary, and that's the first boundary in a very long time.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Ankit Zala. He looks the part. He came out very positive. Certainly not worried about 7 wickets of fall, Carl. And he's come out here. He's played a couple of brave shots on this one through the offside. Picks up a boundary, 56 for 7.
And Len, that's the first boundary that's been struck since the second over, when a 6 was struck in over number 2. That was off the blade of Sufyan Ali. Oh, clean them up! Clean them up, and that's the way to come back. So this 8th wicket falls here. And what a comeback from Meg Patel.
Wow. It was like a stadium roar from the supporters of John Bowne. And the 8 wickets falls is 56 for 8.
So now the 9th batter walks out to the middle in the form of Ayan Shabir. In fact, make that the 10th batter that comes to the middle. 8 wickets have fallen. So just 2 wickets in hand here. And John Bowne closing in on what would be championship number 1. Perhaps in the Public Schools Athletic League Championship for cricket.
Yes, Carl. Ian Shabir comes in here. And the other Zala to come. Kanav Zala. And what a performance we've seen from a low-scoring final. And we talked about these 110, 120, how tricky they can be. And we also saw John Bowne was able to take wickets in the earlier stages of the game within that power play session. And they tell you once you can get 3 or 4 wickets in the power play session, Carl, you're on course for A, restricting the team, and B, defending small totals.
Yes, and defending they have. And they have really done a superb job. Not only bowling, the catching has been superb, the out cricket has been extraordinary. And so they have been able to restrict Martin van Buren, even with a subpar total on the board, to 56 for 8. 54 more runs are needed from 10 overs. Asking grade is 5.4, but only 2 wickets in hand here for the Fighting VBs.
So Dhruv will be the man on strike. Ian Shabir will have to wait his turn. And we'll have to wait and see if it's James Kumar.
Taking on the pad. Ball will run away for some extras here, you would think. We'll wait for the signal, if any. And they've come back for a second. No signal, so off the blade. So runs there for Dhruv. Takes him up to 6. Takes the total up to 58. As Man Patel, the man who has been given a ball here. First over is first spell, 2 overs, 1 for 18. Okay, so actually it's James Kumar, the man. So Man Patel. This one is going again up into the offside.
Yeah, 58 for 8. Martin van Buren, they still need 52 to win. And the biggest problem here with that equation, 52 to win from 58, is they're hanging on to a couple of wickets.
Well, there's only one batter remaining in the hut for Martin van Buren. So this pair will have to try to steady the ship, so to speak, and try to get as close to 109 as they can before the new man or the next man may have to step up.
Yeah. Yes, Carl, making me scamper for records of between 10 and 11. What has been the longest T20 record ever scored by men batting at 9, 10, and 11?
Yeah, that one will be hard to scrub.
So 58 for 8, James Kumar. Couple of runs and then 3 dot balls here. Runs into ball to Dhruv.
I would get the feeling that if we were to find a record like that, it probably would be a recent record. Because I remember when Zaid Changa shared in a very late partnership one year. But
yeah, we're on it. 58 for 8. Final ball from James Kumar.
No, it's Man Patel. An appeal for a catch at the wicket. Umpire is not moved. And so the score comes, the over comes to an end, just 2 runs from it. 11 gone, it's 58 for 8.
So the action will continue. Over at Santa Clara, it's Qatar and Switzerland playing to a 1-1 draw.
So buys is the indication. So the ball with James Kumar coming from the media center end. So defended up into the offside for no run.
So 59 for 8. And Carl, we were looking up some numbers. And Matt will fill us in with T20 9th wicket, highest T20 9-wicket partnership.
So another dot registered in the books here. And so Van Buren, can they dig deep and find a miracle? 59 for 8.
Well, they'll need a big stand for the 9th wicket. And speaking of highest 9th wicket partnerships, any guesses as to what country it's from? Sabir Zakil and Sakleen Ali from the country of Belgium against Austria put on 132 unbeaten for the 9th wicket.
So clearly it's possible.
And the second was 88 not out from 2 players from Sierra Leone versus Eswatini. Among full nations, the highest is 78 between Romario Shepherd and Shamar Springer for the West Indies against New Zealand.
So 51 more are needed. The partnership already here is 3, so they would need a partnership of 54 here to get over the line.
Yeah, I did over here. Ricky Kisoon just giving the caterers a call. Ball tugged into the onside, can't score. So Ken Dhruv and Ian Shabir, and of course the other batsman to come if he comes, can see them out. Have a bit of a troubling situation here. 51 to win from 49 balls.
Hit down the ground, in the gap, threads it beautifully, runs up towards the boundary, fielder gets onto it, and very good fielding to keep the batters to just 2. So that will conclude the 12th over. 3 runs coming from it. It's 61 for 8. Martin van Buren chasing 110 needed for victory. So they're 49 runs away from their target with 48 balls remaining. And so it's effectively a run-a-ball chase. Again, a reminder that you can keep abreast or stay abreast of all the happenings here in the Public Schools Athletic League by visiting the official PSAL website at www.psal.org. And also, you can follow all the social media activities on the social media platforms at NYCPSAL. That's on Instagram, X, and Threads for the latest updates, stories, and highlights. And then on YouTube, you're invited to subscribe to the YouTube channel, which is where this final is being broadcast at NYCPSAL 1903. So this one hit well into the gap at mid-wicket. Runs up toward the boundary. Fielder looks, watches it go across the line. That's 4 good-looking runs to Ayan Shabir.
And now suddenly things are beginning to look up a bit for Martin van Buren. We saw a couple of runs and now in the previous over and now a boundary. 45 to win from 47 balls.
So Ali has been given a ball. So he comes in as one of the few slow bowlers. In fact, the first that we've seen in the chase so far. And comes back, a good comeback delivery after the first one was taken through mid-wicket. So 45 needed from 46 balls.
Yes, Carl, you never know where these games can go. And we've seen a partnership of 9. It may not appear to be a lot, but it's really one of the third best one of this innings, Carl, and it comes towards the end here.
Yeah, they'll need a substantive one here to get them closer, to get them across the line. For the moment, still John Bowne with the advantage. This one worked behind square. They'll at least get one. In fact, they are content to just taking one.
Yeah, big run here from Purva Patel, just allowing the batters to only go for one. But a partnership building here between Dhruv and Ayan Shabir. Yeah, look at that. Runs again. They're fighting back. Martin van Buren. They need 44 to win from 44. In fact, 43 to win from 44 balls. And we've seen the third best partnership gone to 11 between Ayan Shabir and Dhruv.
And the partnership is what's required. Oh, this one is hit well into the deep. Up and over, running up towards the long on, the straight mid-wicket fence. And they'll come back for a third. So full toss from Ali, given the treatment.
Crunching blow from Ayan Shabir. Picks up 3.
Yeah, Matt, he does possess the physique to really hit this ball out of the park. And Carl and Matt, we saw a couple of weeks ago, Kevin Sinclair hit a ball from here all the way on top of the road.
Well, let's see if anybody can do. So this one is pulled into the onside. They go for, in fact, they were attempting to go down the track, but the throw went to the wrong end. Nonetheless, the over comes to an end. One of the better ones that we've seen for Martin van Buren in a long time. 9 runs come from it. And so it's 70 for 8 at the end of 13.
You gotta hurry up the fried rice pan. You gotta hurry up the fried rice pan. Oh, where you order from?
What's the problem? It's not ready.
Ricky, that's the worst.
Were they gonna bring it here?
That's the worst place. That place. You have to not come here till it's started.
That's reposition.
Yeah.
No, they don't. They take things for granted. That's what they do. Great demand. And when you go and buy somewhere, oh, you don't support me. Sometimes it's kids. You hear the speakers? Easy on the airport.
So 70 for 8. They need 40 to win. 40 to win from 42 balls. 2 wickets in hand. They're batting a 70 for the loss of 8. We've seen good batting here from Ayan Shabir and Dhruv.
Yeah, partnership of 14 that's emerged. So that ties the second highest partnership of the innings of the chase so far. So Mit Patel has been brought back. Ball is hit down the ground. Oh, and in fact, direct hit. But he was just back. So again, brilliance. The brilliant old cricket continues here for John Bowne.
Another direct hit from Purva Patel. This time, 70 for 8. Mit Patel has taken 3 for 18 into his final over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if this was an international game, Sanjeev Chahal might have gone upstairs to have a look at that. So Mit Patel runs into ball to Shabir.
And
Swing and a miss.
and of course, Len, the question we always ask is, where is upstairs? At least at the park. You gonna sit in one of the top of those trees?
Sanjeev, you're sure you were upstairs?
Upstairs is our third ump.
Yeah, Carl, you look at Ayan Shabir. And I get the feeling if there's one youngster that can clear ropes with ease, it's him. Playing a miss.
Right now, Mit Patel is asking some questions. He's been brought back to try to break this partnership. He's bowled 3 for 14. In fact, 3 for 18 coming into this over. And has yet to concede a run so far in this his final over.
Oh, cut away. Inside edge. Doesn't matter how they come. That's not the point. The point is they come back for 2.
And those are 2 well-needed runs for MVB, so they continue to fight. The fighting VBs.
You need 38 from 38. 38 from 38. We talked about one of these championships went into super over. And it was less than 110, Carl.
Yeah, it was 100 runs. 2011, you have to go all the way back to 2011. FDR. And that one went all the way down to the super over.
So Ayan Shabir.
Long Island City.
Flicked away. Runs again for Ayan Shabir and Van Buren. They pick up 1. And that equation now comes down to 37 from 37.
And Len, you would think they would have to run more aggressively to try to turn those 1s into 2s. And they just amble across for an easy single in the end. But that one went all the way to deep backward square. Should have perhaps at least tested the arm of the outfielder.
So 3 in the over so far. Mit Patel, final ball in his bowling spell. Oh, driven well. Can pick up 2 now. Chase from the fielder. And Carl, that's a lovely shot into the onside from Dhruv. 75 for 8.
And in fact, 1 short. 1 is short here, so they will only get 1 for that one. So now it's now 74 for 8 as the batter didn't go all the way. And so starting up the next over, it will be Ayan Shabir on strike.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've always wondered, Carl and Matt. If you run a short run, shouldn't the batsman go back to their respective end? I mean, and I've followed game in which batters have done this
deliberately
as a tactic.
Yeah, sure.
To stay on strike.
Yep. In the IPL, we've seen it over a few times where the batter will go for 2, even though they know they can't make 2. And so they'll at least get the 1 and keep the attacking batter in the game.
Yes, Carl. And while there's a break in the action, and we talked about so many things about this PSAL Championship over the years. The officiating, of course, has always been top-notch. Men like Fitzroy Hales, who's been umpire coordinator. Behind us, of course, we've in the presence of Everton Brooks, who coordinates one of the largest cricket league in North America, the CCL League. Over 150 teams.
Yeah,
Brooks handles that. Brooks is their tutor. Brooks serves as a mentorship for a lot of umpires in the NYC region, and so the officiating over time has really been top-notch for these school kids.
And so that's the Commonwealth Cricket League. That's the CCL that Everton Brooks coordinates. And so top official. And so, again, overrun with Jamaicans out of the island of Jamaica. And so it's Everton Brooks. Who do we say? Bassett Thompson. Deborah Nettleford, the principal of Martin Van Buren. Who are the other Jamaicans? Clive Walters, and of course, Kamar Samuels, the Chancellor who was here earlier. Fitz Hales, of course, umpire coordinator out of Jamaica. And it's been given. Trapped on the crease. Looking to go across the line. And it's been given. Chahal, the finger goes up.
Yeah, this is a big loss here for MVB. The big wicket of Ian Shabir goes. He falls for 11.
So Kanav Zala walks out to the middle, and he'll join Dhruv as Alian Ali has picked up another. So Pal Patel actually is the bowler. And Ayan Shabir, the man who was just dismissed. Swing and a miss.
So all in the hands of Kanav Zala and Dhruv. They need 36 to win.
So he's the last man standing. Another swing and a miss this. So the next wicket that falls will mean championship John Bowne. 36 more runs are needed from 33 balls.
Yeah, and it's surprise, Carl, how DJ Bravo champion song has been played so many times at end of games.
Hit well into the onside. They scamper through for a single. So now 35 needed from 32, from 31. So again, what was an uncomplicated chase at the outset has turned into a mountain as Legend Cookhouse has delivered. And so the over comes to an end, a successful one for John Bowne. It's the 1 wicket plus a single conceded. It's 75 for 9 with 15 overs completed. While there's a break in the action, again a reminder that you can follow the action of the Public Schools Athletic League at NYCPSAL on Instagram, X, and Threads. NYCPSAL. You can also subscribe to the PSAL YouTube channel at NYCPSAL 1903. NYCPSAL 1903. And of course, the official website is www.psal.org. So James Kumar comes back for his final over. 3 overs, none for 8.
So the big question is, this afternoon, who will be the 7th high school with championship honors at these championship games? We talked about John Adams, Richmond Hill, Long Island City, FDR, newcomers, Bryant. Who will be the 7th? Couple of runs here.
In fact, boundary it is. So the first boundary I've seen, again, a well-needed boundary. First one we've seen in a while for Martin van Buren.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot from Kanav Zala. Not over yet. They need 31 to win. And can we see a resurgence? Can we see Kanav Zala and Dhruv bring this home for Van Buren? John Bowne, 1 wicket and they'll seal the deal here this afternoon, Carl. 79 for 9. They need 31 to win.
From 28 balls. So just overrun a ball, the ask. Hit well into the gap. But there's a fielder posted there. He does well. Keep the batters to just a single. So intent there on the part of Kanavzala.
And Carl, when you follow cricket matches, a lot of time you'll see probably between these two batters, one will shield the other. Not here. Everyone can bat. Well, look at that. Into the onside, another single. And that equation comes down to 29 to win.
So the fighting VBs continuing to fight. They're looking to take this one deep.
And the fact is, if John Bowne is to win, the question is, by what margin? Right now, it's a 29 runs trail by Martin Van Buren. And here is James Kumar.
In the air, an up and over shot cover. And again, not in control, but it's productive. They pick up another single.
This has been a good over here for Martin Van Buren. They've picked up 7 so far. Remember, the second ball went for 4. And now James Kumar will come into Bolter Droove. They need 28 to win. Oh, into the onside, running up towards the scoreboard, gone away for 4.
Another shot it was, short on the up, and he latched on, pulled it into the gap. And Productive picks up another boundary, big over this, 11 from it.
Yeah, huge one for Martin Van Buren. And Droove continues to play a nice little knock here. 15 of 30, but he's getting the runs when it matters the most, keeping the scoreboard moving along, and finishes the over nicely with a boundary. And it's back down to a run of ball here for Martin Van Buren, 1 wicket in hand.
Yeah, 24 to win. And Carl and Matt, once this get into the teens and it comes down to single digits, it's gonna get very dramatic here for both teams.
And a standing room only here at Baisley Pond Park. Head coach Stamatis Koliatsis trying to will his players across the line. And both head coaches are right on the sidelines looking on. Head coach Ray Court of John Bowne also there shouting instructions or giving instructions to his charges.
Yes, Carl, season that starts in April, comes down, could be a couple of runs. No, they're 7 for 1, playing it safe. And it comes down to 23-23.
Yeah, it's run a ball is the ask, so it's not complicated as long as they keep the scoreboard moving. 15 to Droove, 8 to Zala.
Play in a miss, ball outside the off stump. So 27 schools got to the starting line in April, and here we are in June. We're down to the last 2. 23 to win.
Yeah, the finale of the 17th season of the Public Schools Athletic League comes down to these 2 combatants.
Couple of big shots attempted here from Droove. Doesn't go anywhere. Paul Patel has been tidy. They need 23 to win. Here we go. Play and a miss. What an over we've seen from Paul.
Yeah, this is really good here from Paul Patel, getting a good bit of bounce off the surface, quick through the air. Droove can't lay bat on ball.
Pulled into the onside, and it's over! It's over! It's going to be John Bowne for 2026. John Bowne have done it. They've won their first championship of the Public Schools Athletic League. It comes here in 2026. John Bowne Wildcats.
John Bowne, they joined 6 other schools and they're crowned champion in 2026. What a game we have seen. They've defended 110 and Carl, they win by 22 runs. What a game we have seen from John Bowne. What a tournament we have seen. And they've played impressively well towards the latter stages. and they take the final.
They have done well then to defend just 109, which seemed like a subpar total at the break, but they have come back brilliantly to bowl well and field superbly, and they deserve this, their first championship for cricket in the Public Schools Athletic League. And the coach, head coach Ray Court, has been doused here, and the handshake line goes. But the news from Baisley Pond Park is that John Bowne have emerged as your champions for cricket in 2026.
Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a champion, Folland is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gale is a champion. Don't forget, Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly and a champion, 958, Bolt a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows it, Bravo a champion, 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 champion. Champion, me a real champion. Champion, me a real champion. Don't vex if your name not called. We have to leave them for bad some ball. We love soccer and dancehall. We love cricket and football. Come and dance in my name we call. Champion, champion. Every trainee and every yard man. Champion, champion. Every BC and every Bajan. Champion, champion. Every trainee and every yard man. Champion, champion. Beanie a champion, Bounty a champion, Marshall is a champion, Bungie is a champion, Folland is a champion, Lara is a champion, Gale is a champion. Don't forget, Michael Jordan, Obama a champion, Mandela a champion, Serena a champion, Wendy a champion, Shelly and a champion, 958, Bolt a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody knows it, Bravo a champion. Champion, 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 champion. Everybody know Chris Gale is a champion. We're still a champion.
आगे से तुम्हें खींचना तेरी बातों में ऐसा उलझा दिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया तेरी बातों में ऐसा उलझा दिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया पानी की लहरों से पवन के झोंके से प्यासी प्यासी बूंदों से तेरी मांग सजाना कुछ तुमने कहा कुछ मैंने कहा कुछ तुमने कहा कुछ मैंने कहा दो दिल मिल ही गए एक जादू चला एक जादू चला तुमने ऐसा उलझा दिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया तुमने ऐसा उलझा दिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया तेरी बातों में ऐसा उलझा दिया बैठे ही बैठे मैंने दिल खो दिया I seen the yard split clean from a word too sharp. Mother turned cold and the whole night dark. Mama held the door while the plate still shook. One small seed of hate and it burned the block.
Right, people, are you ready for Gujarati?
Could we get both teams? All right, check, check. All right, if we could get both teams to come to the presentation area. Both teams, please make your way to the presentation area.
I don't even think the camera can make it that far.
Hell no, bro.
If you grab me, I'm gonna bite you. If you grab me, I'm gonna bite you.
Nobody checked off the other one. You have a next list? Yeah, but it's not checked off. There's nothing checked off on this. It's the front and back. It's a one list. It's front and back.
Caesar, come on, man. You're like... It's AI. It's AI. AI camera. AI camera. This tracks by itself. It's AI. What is this, dude?
All right, so first off, give yourselves a round of applause. What a tremendous final we had between school championship teams. Martin Van Buren, the 3rd seed, the 13th seeded, and now new champions, John Bowne Wildcats. We will start with the presentation of the season awards before we get to the championship final. So we'll start with the most runs in 2020 in the 2026 season. And out of Aviation High School with 478 runs, Laskar Akramuzaman. Laskar, the ball beater. For the most wickets in the season, with this prize was shared with 2 individuals from the same team. The first with 23 wickets, Al Amin. Al Amin. Also out of Jamaica High School, also with 23 wickets, Mohammed Hassan. Congratulations, gentlemen. For centuries this season, from Aviation, Laskar Akramuzaman, 105. From John Adams with 111, Nafis Islam. Nafis Islam. Other Centurions this season included Ayan Rashid, who scored 2 centuries, from Thomas Edison, 117 and 125, both not outs. We know he's not here. And then also from William Bryant, Ahmed Al-Rayyan, who scored 123, which was also the other Centurions this season. So Ahmed Al-Rayyan, he is here. From William Bryant. So Ahmed did not check in before, but he is here, so congratulations, Ahmed. Middle of the... All right, so now we'll move to bowling. To the bowling figures, we'll start with the 5-wicket hauls, players who took 5 wickets or more in a match. And we'll start with, from Newtown, Sean Patel. Sean Patel, Newtown. From Martin Van Buren, Mohammed Amin Zahir. From Aviation, Farnhole Mehdi. From Springfield, collecting, the players Adnan Arviwala, and someone will collect on his behalf. Springfield, Adnan Arviwala. From Aviation, Mohammed Hassan. From the Queen's High School of Teaching, Harmandeep Singh. From Stuyvesant, and there are two 5-wicket takers from Stuyvesant. The first is Maria Patel. Also from Stuyvesant, Hasib Chowdhury. From Martin Van Buren, Soban Manzoor. From Jamaica High School, and Jamaica had two recipients as well. The first is Mohammed Hassan. And the second, of course, is Al Amin. You've seen them both before. Congratulations, gentlemen. From Transit Tech, Kishan Mahadio. From John Bowne, Jill Patel. All right, so we're going to move to hat tricks in a match. Hat tricks in a match. First, from Stuyvesant, Aritra Saha. From Stuyvesant, Hasib Chowdhury. From Martin Van Buren, Dhruv. Now for the MVP, the most valuable player for the regular season. With 12 wickets taken, 159 batting average, total runs scored of 478 from 8 matches, Laskar Akramuzzaman from Aviation High School. Batting average of 159. That's not a typo, folks, 159.
And I want to think he won last year.
So back-to-back MVPs for Akramuzzaman. And so congratulations, gentlemen. Season well done. A round of applause for your award recipient for 2026. All right, so there is also an award for the best or the highest batting average, and of course it's 159 for Akram Uzaman. So come forward and collect. There's for the highest batting average as well. What a ball striker he is. Congratulations, Lascar. Very well done. So we're starting now for the MVP, for the finals, for the presentation awards for the finals, for today's championship specifically. So we're starting with the best bowler on the day. So with bowling figures of 4 for 17 from 4 overs, from Martin van Buren, it's Daira Naik. Four wickets. It's the second time 4 wickets have been taken in a final. So that's very well done, Daira. For the best batter, from your champions, John Bowne, with 24 runs, including 3 fours, Tirth Patel. Tirth Patel. For the MVP, the most valuable player, and again, keep in mind that this was a low-scoring final, and so from John Bowne with bowling figures of 3 for 22 from 4 overs, Mit Patel. Mit Patel. Took some very important wickets at the top. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations to all the recipients. Now for the medal awards. We'll start with the awards for the runners-up. So first is Soban Manzoor. Daria Naik. Mohammed Iqbal. Mujtaba Ahmed. Sufyan Ali. Yuvraj Singh. Arif Ahmed. Dhruv. Ankit Zala. Kanav Zala. Hasnat Biswas. Ayan Shabir. And Bilal Ahmed. And if I could have the captain, are there any players who did not get a medal? If I could have the captain come back for me, please, Soban, please. And he'll present a medal to head coach Stamatis Koliatsis. And a tough day at the office, coach, but congratulations nonetheless. And of course, it's also the coach's anniversary. Happy anniversary, coach. And coach, just stay here for one quick moment. So first off, a tough day at the office. You lost the toss. Well, you won the toss and elected to have a bowl. Was that the right decision in the end?
It was the right decision. Our fielding was great. Our bowling was good. Our batches weren't alive today. That's what happened.
But now, in terms of having posted 109, what could have been done differently? In your chase, what could have been done differently as you sort of approached that 109? You lost some wickets. Your first over went for 17, so you're off to a flyer. And then you kind of lost some wickets in the middle there. What could have been done differently, and what was the conversation with the players in terms of how they were approaching the chase of 109?
We got too overconfident, and after the first over, we just thought we were going to get 110 after about 4, 5, 6 overs, and it didn't happen. Their fielding was amazing. You got to give it to John Bowne. Their bowling, their fielding was amazing, and they brought us to make mistakes in the back. That's what happened.
All right, now, despite falling a little bit short this year, your program has come a long way to make it this final. So talk a little bit about the program and the success in getting here, and then some of the contributors, the key contributors in getting to this point.
Listen, I got to congratulate my boys, and I told them before, my hat's off to you guys. They busted their behinds for 3.5 months. I couldn't ask for anything more from them, you know. Some of them played for me for 3 years, some for 4, some for 2, obviously some for 1, some freshmen. But it was just bad luck. I'm proud of them. They did a great job today.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Coach. Congratulations on getting to the final, and happy anniversary once again. All right, there you have it. That's Coach. Another round of applause for Coach Stamatis Koliatsis. Now for the champions. First will be the medals. So we'll start with the captain, Tirth Patel. Pal Patel. Meg Patel. James Kumar Patel. Alian Ali.
And this is my boy. My man.
Prince Kumar Patel. Purva Patel. Kush Patel. Manvaya Patel.
Push to make everybody good, man.
Your MVP, Mid Patel.
Just the most dangerous bowler.
Jill Patel.
Best spinner, the best spinner.
From the freshman crew, Veer Patel.
Good progress.
another freshman who played very well today, Mohan Patel. Oh, you got it already. From another freshman here is Dev Shantibai Patel. Shantibai. Another freshman, Rudra Pandya.
The best spotter.
Yeah, and then we have also the seniors, Tirth Patel. The other Tirth.
He's our doctor. He's our doctor.
He is a doctor.
Yeah, he's a doctor.
Okay. And then how about the triple Patel, Tirth Patel again, another Tirth.
He's our Tangri. Mr. Best Tangri.
Tandy?
Tangri.
Tandy. Everybody's related?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, there you have it. Who did I miss? Did I miss players who didn't get a medal? All right, so then if I could have the captain come back. Tirth, come back. And you have a medal to present to your one and only head coach, Ray Court.
Champion and the most calm coach ever seen in my life.
The calmest coach of all.
No aggression, and we tolerate lot of things. Lot of things we tolerate.
All right, before the banner, one quick thing before the banner, just a quick word, coach. Just hang on to that mic for a quick second. Then we'll stay right there in the middle. Just a quick couple of questions for you. First off, congratulations on getting to the final for the first time. And first time in the final, first time winner. Now talk to us about the journey. How did it happen? How did you get here?
Well, I grew up playing cricket, all my life. Coming from Guyana, and playing with some of the best players like Carl Hooper, and the likes. So here I am, deciding to take this group of kids and teaching them to play cricket the way it should be done. Teaching them the basics and allowing them to develop into their own style.
And so you got to the final for the very first time in 2026. You posted 109. Talk to me about that total being on the board. Did you think 109 was enough at the break?
Yes, we always believe in our bowling, our bowling group. We defended 71 last year, just lose by one run, I think. And so we believe in ourselves. We believe in the bowling group that we can do this, and the kids believe in themselves as well.
Now, after conceding 17 runs in the first over, what was the thinking? What was the discussion with your boys to stay in the fight? Talk to me about what was happening out there, what the conversation was with your charges out in the middle.
No, we just tell them to keep believing that they can do this. They have done it before. They have defended this small total before, so I was like cool as cucumber, so nothing was worrying me at the time.
All right, so now you have just talk to me about the players on your team who have done so well this season. You have also, I see, a nice little freshman cohort, so it looks like you have a number of players coming through the ranks. What does this win mean for John Bowne going forward and perhaps sustaining a legacy of winning championships in the public schools athletic league?
So we'll continue to work hard day in, day out. And like I said, continue to learn the basics and let the students, develop into their own style of playing cricket. That's the motto.
And who are some of the players this season that you can point to that kind of led the way for you?
No, so we always rely on Man Patel, right? He's a junior, and he goes the senior.
Yeah.
Oh, the senior, Ali and Ali. Ali and Ali, we can always rely on him for a good score.
Okay, good. Well, congratulations, Coach. You've done well. Take your banner. You're due Yeah, and so the MVP as well. We're going to ask the MVP to come forward as well to be part. Mitt, and join. So he'll collect. And these come all courtesy of Sing Sporting Goods. Sing Sporting Goods have been with the Public Schools Athletic League for all 17 seasons. So thank you to Sing Sporting Goods for always supporting local cricket and for supporting the Public Schools Athletic League. So, wait, the whole team first, or this first and then the whole team? One second, guys. This, we'll do one first and then the whole team will come. And come central in the backdrop. All right, fellas, you can go in. Fellas, go in.
Champion! John Bowne is a champion! Ray, Mr. Coach is a champion! No, you want to make a video. No, we got to
That's it?
So one last thing. All right.
Yes. Brazil only been able to really hold the ball maybe like last 2 minutes. Morocco way better.
I'll hide you guys.
So your 2026 champions, the John Bowne Wildcats. Congratulations, gentlemen. Congratulations, Coach Court. The entire John Bowne playing contingent, deserved champions of the 2026 Public Schools Athletic League Championship. There they go, there you have it. Congratulations, gentlemen, well done. So,
Hey guys,
just the last thing to note, on behalf of your umpires, Sanjeev Chahal, Neville Kundravia, and Everton Brooks. A round of applause for the umpires, please, for the championship final. Thank you, gentlemen. Umpires, thank you very much for your services today. I also want to say thanks to the PSAL